meeting for the Elgin City Council for January 14th, 2026 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Alfaro,
Present.
Dixon,
Present.
Good,
Here.
Martinez,
Here.
Ortiz,
Here.
Powell, Steffen,
Here.
Thorne,
Here.
Mayor Captain.
Here. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of December 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, clerk please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, motion's approved 8-0. We have a few people that signed up for a public comment this evening. First person, Josh Brockway.
Thank you, Mayor. Hope that everybody's staying warm today.
Till we got here.
I want to thank the mayor and the council and the staff for hosting the community forum and for the privilege of serving as its facilitator. It was a humbling experience, especially as so many community members, I don't know if you felt this way, looked directly at me as they shared their anger, fears, and frustrations. I'm not sure if you all are like me, but I'm still struggling to hold several of the stories, especially from the young people who were there. Their nervous breathing, their tears, and their short, direct sentences have stuck with me for days. It's clear that you all have divided opinions about policy related to the immigration enforcement, yet you've all signaled at various points that what is happening in the community is both wrong and unlawful. I recently heard that a polarized society over-prioritizes agreement. The ideological climate of our country today demands 100% agreement on values and policy. And if there is not agreement, the vitriol flies to discredit opponents. So what do we do when we actually agree on the values but not on the policy? My hope is we listen to one another to find a solution that brings together the best of our policy proposals while setting aside the negative and unintended consequences. This kind of dialectic listening, where we synthesize our positions without attacking each other, is so rare in our current culture. And it's what I think we need now more than ever. So I ask, please find a way to work from the shared understanding and values rather than stake positions hard in the ground and attack others who disagree, but might have another solution. And finally, as a friend of mine reminds me constantly, under-promise and over-deliver. We're inundated with a kind of overworked rhetoric that's designed to entertain us with takedowns of the opposition and soundbite emotional releases. I've read too many press releases about policy and then looked at actual language only to find that the rhetoric did not match the substance. So please do not use what was shared with the fierce vulnerability of last week to gain the campaign material, but I hope that it empowers you to find practical and effective outcomes. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for doing the fine job you did at the public meeting. Peter Bezos.
Mayor and council members, thank you. I'll keep it brief. I've been working with the wonderful representatives of the Hindu temple since October of 2021, when they first identified the site that you'll be considering tonight, and as their site for hopefully establishing a place of worship. Over the last 4+ years, I can honestly tell you, I've come to appreciate this petitioner as having the highest integrity and moral character. Perhaps the best evidence of this is that when the neighbors so strenuously objected to the first site plan and the P&Z recommended against it in June of 2025, the leadership of this Hindu temple did not elect to charge forward and come before the council hoping that you would say something different. Instead, they took what they heard from the neighbors in the P&Z to heart, and they directed their design team to prepare a greatly downsized proposal involving a 63% smaller temple building and 225% increase in in green space. This should speak volumes as to the character of this petitioner and allay any concerns over the quality and the suitability of the project, particularly given that the land currently is zoned GI, General Industrial, and could be developed today with industrial buildings with no public hearings. And the Hindu plan is much more aligned with your comprehensive plan. We thank the staff for their work, thoughtful guidance, and assistance over the past several years, and for their recommendation of support. And we very much appreciate the time that I know you have all spent in not only reading all of this, but entertaining calls and reading emails. The approval of this project will be a great credit to the city and clearly demonstrate what a welcoming place Elgin is. Our team is present with me, both here and will be at the 7 o'clock meeting to answer any questions. We're going to try and keep it brief because we know it will be a busy night. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Hanlon.
Thank you, Chuck Hanlon with JSD Professional Services, here on behalf of the same petition with Peter. Again, I'll try to keep it brief. I just want to make a few comments. Elgin certainly, and I know you all know this, has a history with the founding, the original downtown, where religious institutions are embedded and certainly just part of residential neighborhoods, and that pattern continues on as Elgin has developed out east and west, and on the west side certainly. There's many examples of newer religious institutions being embedded again in residential neighborhoods in our newer development areas. So the tradition that it starts in the downtown, and most downtowns in the country start that way, has continued in Elgin to include these institutions embedded within residential neighborhoods, just speaking from a land use standpoint. In this case, as Peter mentioned, taking into account the comments from the neighbors at the public hearing and other comments that we received, there were significant changes to the plan, and I would agree with Peter. We've both been in this business for a while and have had few clients that have honestly taken it that much to heart and made this magnitude of significant reductions and changes and some detailed in the plan based on feedback and comments from the neighbors who live, and some of those neighbors, of course, adjacent to the property at the common property line. We reduced the amount of townhomes by 5 units. We are putting like-kind residential 2-story townhomes adjacent to the existing 2-story townhomes that are on the west side of the existing neighborhood. So we're putting like-kind units to like-kind units. Their setbacks are required to be 30 feet for the rear yards. Our first plan, we included 40 feet. We heard comments about concerns for wildlife. We had included a 6-foot tall continuous fence, thinking that was a good idea. They did not really like that. They were concerned about the movement of the wildlife and even the views of the fence, and even the installation of a straight line fence would remove more trees, which is true. So we've removed the idea of the fence. We pulled that out. We also added 10 more feet to our rear yard setback. So there's our required at 30. Most of their townhomes are a few feet beyond that. Ours are minimum required at 50 feet. So that's going to put 80 feet from back door to back door of the townhome, 30 on their side, roughly 50 on our side, at least from a minimum standpoint, and a reduction of units. We've greatly reduced the magnitude of the main generator of the site, which is the temple complex itself, from 231,000 square feet down to 86,000 square feet, a 63% reduction in the total interior square footage of the temple complex building. And I say it in terms of a complex. It includes a prayer hall, dining facility, community hall, ancillary uses, office spaces, bathrooms, maintenance areas, and storage, and et cetera. So it's entirety that's broken down into smaller components within the building itself. The reductions to that, including the removal of a 3-story condominium building that was in the original proposal, have significantly reduced the amount of parking from 1,284 spaces down to, just check my notes, down to 536 spaces, 58% reduction in the total parking. That reduction in that field of parking in the plan also allowed us to then insert a 6-acre green space outdoor recreation area that was not previously in the original plan. So we've taken that, most of that benefit of the reduced parking and created a solid rectangle for open space at the northern end of the plan, which actually further buffers some of the single-family neighbors to the north and to the north and west. So with that, I could go on with some more detail, but I think I'll leave it at that. The main point is we really feel like the client in this case listened and made significant changes, reductions to the project to hopefully fit in better with the neighbors' concerns.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Means?
Hi, I'm the traffic consultant for the project. I don't need to speak unless there's a specific question you have.
You'll have a chance at the regular council meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item A is on both agendas. This is a Phase 3 engineering services agreement with Hampton, Lenzini, and Renwick for the Kimball Street Traffic Signal Interconnect project. That project will be modernizing and coordinating traffic signals along Kimball Street from Dundee Avenue to North Grove Avenue. The project is supported by a federal congestion mitigation and air quality, commonly known as CMAQ grant, which funds 80% of the eligible project costs. The engineering services agreement is similarly eligible for that same 80-20 split, meaning the city will be reimbursed almost $40,000 at the end of this project for this $50,000 contract. HLR is being recommended to be hired as the city's engineering consultant. It will be providing construction engineering services for the traffic signal project that include field inspections, design interpretation, administering the construction contract, and coordinating project activities to ensure the work is completed properly, on schedule, and in full compliance with federal and state requirements. As I noted, this is on both agendas, so we can discuss the matter now, or you can push that over to the regular agenda.
Okay. Any questions at this time? Okay.
Item B is a software subscription agreement with Box Incorporated for cloud-based data storage and business cloud-based data storage and business productivity platform. Rather than me providing the introduction to this initiative, I'm going to ask for Chief Technology Officer Aaron Cosentino to come to the podium and talk about one component of this initiative, the AI platform. Mayor, I know that you talked about the desire to have the city become more engaged with the business community in AI, and beating you to the punch, Mr. Cosentino brought this forward, this initiative for the agenda, so we want to talk about what the city is planning to do as it relates to AI. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Cosentino.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, purely coincidental that the State of the City address was yesterday, and this is on the agenda today. It's really exciting, so I wanted to thank you for letting me have the opportunity to come out here and talk a little bit about what this proposal is, and then also, give a chance to the City Council and for the community to understand sort of the city's approach to AI, because it can have a divisive sort of impact depending on the audience that you're talking to. But it's exciting, and AI means a lot. It means something different, I think, to everybody. Some really like it, some really dislike it, and a lot of us are in between. But I think none of us can kind of deny the fact that it's here. It's a force to be reckoned with. Time Magazine's Person of the Year were a group of people who created something that is decidedly not a person. So if that tells you how impactful AI has become. But yeah, it's a huge force, and I think none of us can deny that it has a very large impact, or can have a very large impact, on sort of how we do work, how we get our day-to-day work done. There's also a potential downside to AI. And I wanted to provide you the background so that you and the community can be confident that the city's approach to AI tries to reap those benefits that AI can provide us while mitigating the risks that I think a lot of us may see with AI. So we've been looking at AI for quite some time within the city, within sort of how we can use it here to provide city services to the residents. We conducted an AI survey internally for our staff. Those respondents, the vast majority had used AI in some form or fashion. They've used those tools like ChatGPT or name any other large language model that you like to go to. However, a lot of them hadn't received any formal AI training, and they also expressed some concern, most of them in fact, expressed concern about accuracy, about the ethics of using AI, about the security of using an AI tool, and then also about job impacts. So what that survey tells us is that we have a lot of folks that responded to the survey, at least, that are using AI and are continuing to use it. So the question for us really became, how can we as the city administration, particularly IT, how can we, sorry, I'm gonna get this cord. How can we meet that demand for our city staff and address those concerns at the same time? So fast forward to today with the memo that you have in front of you and what we're looking at. When we're given these choices on which direction to go with quote-unquote AI, there's a lot of directions. All of our vendors are coming at us nowadays with AI this, AI that, any number of tools that you can use. And a lot of the tools are very helpful. But after looking at the options that our cloud providers were providing us, looking at what we're doing internally already, what the appetite is within our staff, as well as what they can reasonably adopt without getting overloaded with technicalities or having it be overly technical to the point that they're not interested in using it. Taking all of those into consideration is what led us to recommend moving forward with Box AI. And I'm pretending as if Box AI is the only thing that's at play here. It is really not. Box is foundational to the everyday work that the city does. It is where, I'll give you a brief overview. It's where we house all of our documents. So all of the city's, what's called unstructured data, lives in Box. It's a cloud storage at its very core. It's a cloud storage provider that allows the city to, instead of a network drive, upload all of its documents into Box. The benefit there is those documents are available at any time, any place, as long as you're logged in and you properly put your credentials in. You can access those documents. It makes it easy to share documents. It makes it easy to provide sort of a centralized location. You all use Box on a bi-weekly basis to access your agenda packets. So Box has that very basic foundational usefulness to us. They also have a number of other productivity apps that we use on a daily basis as well. Box Notes, it's a place you can take notes with people, alone, by yourself, or collaboratively. You can embed images, videos, links into those notes. So it's a way to continually keep that. It's like a running Word document that you can share in real time. Box Canvas is a diagramming platform, diagramming solution for ideation and creating different workflows. Box Hubs is another piece of the platform that allows you to create centralized landing pages, which becomes very important in Box AI. And then Box Sign is kind of like our DocuSign platform. It allows us for those digital signatures. So the Box AI piece is just that one piece. It's really important for this evening's upgrade, but Box is actually much more than that. And the AI overlay, which we'll talk about, actually enhances all of those products, and it enhances all of the way that we use Box. So, again, fast forward to today, what are we talking about? We're talking about upgrading Box to a level that Box offers called Enterprise Advanced. So our current agreement with Box had been for 5 years. It started in 2022. It goes through 2026, all the way to 2027. We're looking to renew it early to lock ourselves in for a 3-year commitment, the first year of which would be the same amount of money that we're paying last year that we're going to pay this year, no increase. However, we get access to Box AI right away. And then in the next 2 years after that, we would see an increase for those remaining 2 years of the agreement, which we would also then have Box AI. So that is what this proposal is actually asking for. It's to renew our Box relationship for an additional 3 years with the enhancement and the addition of Box AI. So what does Box AI actually get us? Right now, the way we use Box AI is largely conversational. The City Council has access to it on Box. So if you go to Box and you go to your agenda packet, there's that little squiggly atom-looking sign, and you can click that, and you can interact with the document that you're looking at, right? So you can you can ask it questions, you can ask it to summarize the document, you can say, give me some speaking points on here. You can interact with that singular document, and that's useful. That's kind of not unlike interacting with an LLM on the internet, going to ChatGPT and just asking it some questions. However, ChatGPT doesn't have that document, right? So Box AI right now is really conversational. The upgrade that we're talking about would give us the ability to create agents. And agents can mean a lot of things to different people, just like AI in general. But for the way I'm sort of talking about agents is it's an LLM partner or helper that is highly tuned to doing something repetitive for you as an assistant that can be then shared with others and deployed in a scalable way. So right now, I think if you go to ChatGPT and you create an agent or they call them GPT, you go there, if you have this level of ChatGPT, you go there, you can give it a name, and you can upload a bunch of documents for it to reference when it's helping you, when it's giving you those responses. That uploading of the documents, that knowledge base that you're creating for your agent when you're doing it on ChatGPT, that's what we're trying to avoid having happen on a very wide level across the city. We do not want people fragmenting their approach to AI, uploading all sorts of internal city documents to God knows what LLM, creating their agents that way, and doing it in an ad hoc way that the city has no oversight over. We have no security restrictions around. That's what we're trying to avoid with this. And so with Box AI, we do avoid those pitfalls in that the documents are already there. They're already bound within the security parameters Box sets up for us. People have to identify who they are through our other identity engine, Okta. So we know that we're not getting intrusions from bad actors looking at this documentation. So when you're setting an agent up in something like ChatGPT, you have to provide it that knowledge. Box AI already has that knowledge. So when we're setting up agents in Box AI, we can cultivate specifically where we want that agent to be able to look to gain that knowledge and to ground its responses in very accurate and real documentation. Our documents, the ones that we provided. The benefit there is that when you use other LLMs or you're creating other agents, they will reach out to the internet, the public internet, which is full of inaccuracies, and I mean that's where these hallucinations come from that you hear about. It's reaching out to somewhere, it's grasping to give you a solid answer, and it's using all kinds of reference material that may or may not be accurate. That is sort of where the accuracy piece comes in. So Box AI does not reach out to the internet at all. It only utilizes the information that we provided. It utilizes the LLM. The LLM is housed within Box's servers, and we choose from any number of LLMs. They list 20 or 30 that we can choose from. That range from, Claude, Anthropic's Claude, or Gemini, or the OpenAI's various models. So we can choose whichever is suited for the task that we're trying to build the agent for. But it's using that LLM not in like an internet way, but in a way that it's just reaching out to that. And I think that's where Box really helps us in that it does all of that back-end infrastructure and it builds that connection and integration to literally any LLM we want without us having that overhead and that technological debt to continually need to maintain that. I liken it to when my family and I went camping, we rented an RV. Now, I don't have to own the RV. I don't have to tow the RV. The RV literally just ends up at the campsite. They set all that stuff up for me. I can just benefit from the use of the RV with my family in a very easy way. It's easy to go and it's easy to leave. So that's sort of what Box AI gives us. It sets up the parameters for us to take advantage of AI for our entire staff, even those that might not even realize that they could benefit from an agent. It gives us the ability to set that up, scale it out, and make it available in an unlimited way, we could create as many agents as we would want for our staff. And Box AI does that in a way that we can be very confident that we control the information, we control the accuracy, we control who sees it, and we control the lifespan of those agents. They're not just proliferating out into the world. So what are some examples then of like how we can use this? How is this going to even benefit the staff? I mean, this is where it can get fun and really long, so I'm going to be cognizant of the time. But any topic or any function you're doing in your job that you find yourself doing often, you can find a way to have an agent augment that or do it completely. I liken it like, I use the example of a bid review in the memo. So a bid review is a very standardized process, which makes it perfect for an agent to be able to help us with. Because our proposals that we're receiving for bids, regardless of what the project is, go through a standard process. We know if bids are, what's the word? I'm blanking on it. Like responsive or not, right? So, and they're responsive if they hit all of these little checkboxes. As a human, it takes us a long time to review those documents. But as an LLM and an agent built-in box, once we tell it what to look for, it does that vastly faster than we could ever do it as a human. So literally what could take our purchasing manager many hours to review a bid that has, I don't know, 12 responses, to know if even 5 of them are responsive, the agent will know what to look for, and it'll say, this is responsive, this one's responsive, this is not responsive because it doesn't have this. That would go from an hour, let's say on the high end, 2 hours to maybe 5 minutes. Then the agent, we could use the same agent or a different agent. Because they're an agent, you give them very detailed instructions to say, look for this, and then once you find that, ask this question, or then look for this. So then once we do that, once he knows what's responsive, then our purchasing manager could conceivably begin querying or talking to that agent about like, well, based on, XYZ conditions or based on this constraint, which vendor, give me a matrix of the vendor's responses based on this quantity of X construction piece of equipment or what have you. Like it can kind of go through and do the rating for you, right? It would rate it in a way that would help you make a decision or get to a decision faster than you normally could. You could use this in hiring. People will do it in hiring. And this is, again, we talked about those downsides. This is sort of where we get to some of the downsides potentially. But think about evaluating for, hiring. You get a packet of 200 pages between CVs, resumes, attachments, affidavits, what have you, 500-page document, easy. You can have the agent look through those and say, based on these parameters, do you see any standout candidates? Those candidates can then, you can obviously then review those yourself, and that's where the human in the loop piece comes in. What we don't want to do is rely overly on AI and go straight from AI agent to publication without any human in the loop. You want to have someone there, at least from an accountability standpoint, because there's research that'll tell you that sometimes human in the loop makes less of an optimal result than just straight up AI, but I think for government use cases, it makes a lot of sense to have human in the loop, especially from that accountability standpoint. My brain immediately goes to the police department who are already using draft 1. I mean, and their policy is very well written and thorough, and they're not just going from Axon draft 1 policy or police report to publication. There's a lot of safeguards built into that ensures that we're looking at that before it goes anywhere that is of consequence. So Box AI gives us the ability to do just that. It sort of preliminarily can go through, do these highly repetitive tasks that would normally take a really long time or a lot of effort in a very fast way, and it doesn't get tired, it doesn't complain, and you can really fine-tune those agents to be able to do exactly what you want in the tone that you would want. So city council members, you will and can have an agent that looks through our agenda packet. Lots of pages in those memos, very boring. But what you can do is have the agent review those and say, and we can build this for you if we get this. It would say, give me 3 bullet points on each memo, give me a pro and a con for it, and give me 1 question to ask staff. The agent would go through and do just that for you. So what becomes maybe what used to be several hours reviewing agenda materials could be, you call it a council meeting, a council prep agent. You do it on this agenda and it spits out exactly what you need for the meeting and you're prepared. And then maybe you go into detail about one memo or another if it kind of piques your interest, and you can ask it more, more in-depth questions about that, and it'll respond. Privacy is a potential downside with AI, right? People get very, they'll share a lot with AI, and so there's a concern about what's kept, what's there, what's queryable for the admins, us, the city side of the house. What can we see? Box AI doesn't let us see anything. The interactions you have with an agent are completely unavailable to Box as well as the administrators. So the conversation you have with the agent or the output that it provides you, it exists only within that instance, that one interaction you have with it. Now, if you then copy and paste the outputs and then use it in a subsequent wherever, of course, then it's captured. But for the overarching privacy concerns you might have around how are these interactions being used, they're not. They simply exist. We benefit, again, from Box's investment in partnerships with all of these LLMs, and that's also likely a reason that it's very expensive, or more expensive than you may be able to get commercially, is because those partnerships are there, the integrations are there. We get to benefit from the millions of interactions that you all have and I have and we have with ChatGPT as it trains on those responses and it trains on what everyone's feeding into these models every single day. We get to use those models. We're just not training it. So we kind of reap the benefits of every LLM and all of the work that these tech conglomerates have put in, and we're able to use those for our own, selfish purposes. We have to pay for that privilege, which is the reason for the increase. Free LLMs are out there and they're really powerful, but they are using those interactions to fine-tune their models because they give you that little thumbs up or thumbs down. Was this a good response or a bad response? That is 100% how they're refining their models over millions of interactions. They train it initially, and that's the big energy use, that's the big consumable, and that's the expensive part. But then these millions of little interactions every day that these models have with you, that's where they're getting, hyper refined and much better. So because we can then tap into them on the back end, we kind of reap that benefit for our enterprise use. And that's why you'll see other LLMs, when they go to the enterprise level, it is not a free or a cheap endeavor because they're not getting the training data from us. We're just literally benefiting from it. So that kind of goes into the accuracy piece because we're not hitting the internet. It's only using those LLMs. It goes into the security part. We're bound by the existing security that Box has already for us. And then the job impacts was another concern that some of our staff had. I think from our approach, every conversation I've had with the city manager, AI is not here to literally to find ways to reduce our staff. I think AI is a supplement and a complement to our staff to be able to focus on larger quality control, other customer service issues. I don't think it's going to replace humans. It may find a way for us to hire fewer humans in the future because we're able to do more, not unlike email or any other instant communication method has done, for efficiency and what we're able to do on a day-to-day basis. But I don't think it's going to be replacing anybody, so I don't think people need to have a huge concern about job impacts. If anything, it'll just help you be a better whatever you are. Better clerk, better attorney, better CTO, better city manager, better council person. It's an assistant that never gets tired. And I think that's a huge, huge benefit for us. So again, I think just overall, I'll wrap up here. Several benefits with this proposal. It's a centralized, very controllable and secure AI that we can scale across the entire organization and make available to all of our staff. Not just a core group that is tech savvy enough to make their own chat GPT. Everyone's going to be able to benefit from this because we can help them create these agents to help them undo those repetitive tasks they're sick of doing. It prevents us from having that fragmented AI approach where everyone and every department's uploading knowledge bases into the internet. Keeps our documents internal. It allows us to benefit from all the different models that exist. We're not locked into OpenAI. We're not locked into Google's Gemini, what have you. We have our pick. And then it also, like I said, because of the different platform and productivity apps that Box gives us, this renewal prevents us from going and finding those additional apps that can do things like diagramming or do things like note-taking or do things like DocuSign. So those are sort of the overall benefits of it. And I would be very happy to take any questions, concerns that you might have around that.
Okay, questions for Aaron? Oh, geez, we got a lot of them. Okay, Mr. Ortiz, go ahead. I'll work my way around.
Appreciate you, Mr. Constantino. I got a few, mostly from your speech, so hopefully you have answers for them. If not, no worries. So this is a 3-year deal, but I think you mentioned that the current one we have ends at the end of this year, end of 2026.
Yep.
So you're going to come back then, like, why don't we merge these together so they both end and start at the same time instead of having overlapping contracts?
Well, this would replace the existing contract.
Okay, so then you won't come back in 26 asking for more?
No.
Okay.
I won't be back till 2028.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the cost of user in the memo said $370, so it's going to go up about $9 then once they start charging us for it per user?
Yes. Yep.
And then,
About $9.
yeah, I know that business model because I just got the Axon version of AI for the state's attorney's office, and that's how they sell it to you. They'll give you, quote unquote, the first year free.
First year free, yeah.
To lock you in there. Then I seen that we have 98 terabytes of storage in Box.
Yes.
Is there a retention period on stuff like that, or is it like a runaway train where it just keeps getting loaded and loaded with more and more stuff?
It's up to us. We have, so a lot of what is in Box, like I said, is that unstructured data. So it's not necessarily bound by the retention schedules that Kim has and has to abide by with like correspondence or, whatever. Usually it's 7 years, but we can pick. I mean, we can let this continue to grow, which is fine, or we can, purge things if we want. I mean, we can delete documentation, but.
Like the reason I ask is in one of your paragraphs, it says it's like unfeasible and realistic to move to a different product because we have so much stuff in there. And if we need an exit plan to download everything we uploaded,
Yeah.
if it turns into a runaway train, it's going to be an impossible task. We won't be able to have enough servers or disk space to store the
Yeah,
stuff.
and that sentence was speaking more towards like in the short term of like the time we have between like now and when the contract ends. Like we can't reasonably go to a new
Okay.
vendor. Could we extricate ourselves from Box? We absolutely can. I don't want it to seem like we're locked in with them for the forever future. It's just files. You
Okay.
can download them and put them wherever you want. Yeah.
And then I look at our P-card statement every month and our disbursement, and you mentioned that maybe this will help keep staff from getting their own ChatGPT account.
Mm-hmm.
So will your policy then be for cybersecurity, those staff members can't have their own ChatGPT account, they have to use Box? 'Cause
No.
I'm assuming that they're downloading a document, how you said, putting it in there and asking them to write a memo or give them ideas or.
That's what we will not allow. So this is a piece we need to fully round out the AI policy that we want to do in the strategic plan for this year, because I didn't have a good answer for how staff can utilize agentic AI. This provides that good answer for that. So what we can now definitively say is that if you're creating something using city knowledge and city internal documents, you cannot use external tools like that, like ChatGPT, and upload them to that. You need to use Box AI for that. But there is still a very useful place for those web-based LLMs because, the way that we all kind of use them now is like, tell me about this, give me more information about this person, this vendor, what have you. Research, not unlike a Google search. There's still definitely a place for that. Not necessarily for the internal documents, though. That's
Okay.
what I'd like to avoid.
And then my last one is, I think if I understood you right, it's not a learning model where if I ask it the same question over and over, it'll learn that I'm asking it that question, so it automatically surface that question. So I got to start the chat over every time I enter into the program?
Yeah, because those persistent chats, like the way that ChatGPT has it, it's because they're storing that whole conversation.
Yeah.
A very nice thing with Box AI, is it wipes that conversation. So it doesn't have access to your previous chats. So yes, on some cases, you would need to ask that same question. However, that's maybe where the agent comes in and then you can provide it a level of knowledge so that it references that document instead of having to look back at your previous conversation interactions with it to understand the context of the question.
Okay, and then my last one is from your presentation or the packet. It's the cost savings for staff. Hold on. I have it written down. I'm trying to find the page here. Oh, here it is. So it shows like the clerks were saved the most money, potentially of $74,000. So how are you going to get the city manager's office and go from neutral to actually save some money for us? Maybe that's a Rick question here.
I guess I'm...
Like
hold on.
for
I'm
city
not-
manager, it
I want to
says
pull that attachment up.
the city manager's office says 0. So would this not help them with their work processes?
So yeah, it will. This is an example that as our conversations with Box throughout the year, we're just kind of brainstorming potential use cases for Box AI right when we kind of get going here. They then applied metrics for if this saves 2 hours a day across a standard rate of pay for a department, that's where those savings would be. It's not necessarily like these departments won't benefit from it or this one will benefit the most. Just in our sort of examples we've gone through over the years or over this year, that's sort of their estimate for what we could save.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm never going to be able to say here's the $74,000.
No,
we saved.
I know it's estimated, but I thought at least if you have a dollar in there, they predict that some kind of savings from this workflow would help them, but, all right.
It's just because we didn't identify any very specific use cases within the manager's office that Box could point to for this document.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense.
Aaron, I thought you said you were going to create an agent to meet with council members for me.
You're right.
Okay, Mr. Dixon, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Aaron. Great job as always. I really let me first talk about what I really like. So I like Box as it is right now. It's really great. I actually toyed around with some of the current AI tools that are on there. It does have its limitations, but I'm sure that'll be updated here. I also do appreciate that you talked about the alternatives. With this system, there's just one system, and that covers everything, versus, like you said, having multiple systems and having everything everywhere and not being able to control things and not being able to provide proper security. So I really appreciate you providing the alternatives and the costs associated with those, because some of the alternatives are significantly more expensive and just wouldn't work for us as well. So you talked a lot about what this new system will be able to accomplish, what it'll be able to do. But in my experience with AI, there's always some drawbacks, right? Because it's not a perfect system. It's always a work in progress. So are there any limitations that maybe you've identified at this stage that you say, you know what, it's not perfect here or it's not great here, and, you know, but this is a whole, but we do have a workaround, or we're going to figure this part out?
Yeah, so I think I'll talk about two.
Okay.
One is, and this isn't a full contradiction of what I said before, but I do like web-enabled LLMs. I think that's valuable.
Okay.
And so I would like there to be an option within a certain part of Box, like, you know, have your web LLM. So you don't have to leave Box to query something that you kind of need the internet for. Because, I mean, there's still a very complementary relationship between something like ChatGPT and internal Box AI. Like, I'm still going to be using ChatGPT for certain things. It doesn't completely remove the ability and the need for me to go to the internet. So that's one shortcoming. Like, I think that there would be a benefit for Box to have some, in a different place within the platform, a web-enabled LLM. I think that would be helpful. A second one is part of this Enterprise Advanced tier gives us the ability to have forms. And so we can create forms and push them out into the web, and then it collects those responses. What it can't do is it can't then take those immediate responses and then plug that data into another workflow right away to use further down the line with the agents. So in another example, like what the agent provides and its output, Box can't like take that excerpt of why a bid is not responsive and then put it right in a memo for you. It can't like make that leap from the AI chat Box to then the document generation piece of what Box has. It does require human intervention to take that output and use it in somewhere else you'd like to use. Now, what it can do, which is cool, is that it can review a document and extract key metadata like vendor name, identified price, checkbox that it hit the sexual harassment policy. It can then put that somewhere in a matrix and say it hit all these things, but it can't then take that extraction and put it into a document and then give you a finished document. So like in an ideal world, our purchasing manager could have an agent review the bids, extract the non-responsive bits from different responses, put that in a letter, and then have that letter formatted and ready for us to send out with one click of a button, so that we could reach out to those vendors that are non-responsive with a literal button press. The way that it is today is it can review the bids, it can tell you what's not responsive. He then has to take that information and insert it into either a template that we have or into like an email or what have you. So it doesn't take it all the way. It gets us most of the way there, but there's still that little bit of human, cut and paste. Okay. So, yes, it's not, like you're saying, there's downsides and there's limitations. Now, we're talking with Box about this, and this is one of the reasons that I think a 3-year agreement is appropriate versus a 5-year, because this landscape changes so fast. I think it's more prudent for us to do a shorter agreement so that we can maybe pivot in 3 years when the world is totally different and some other company comes out with some amazing thing that could do all those things.
Yeah, and it's moving so fast.
Yeah.
It may not even take 3 years to get there. It may be 2 years or even a year as quickly as it's moving. So you're certainly right about that. The memory on the current iteration of Box isn't the best. It forgets things really quickly, as far as marking documents or the things that you've asked or talked about inside of the chat. The next iteration of it, I'm wondering, is it going to have a better memory since the information is going to be enclosed with just that user?
So if you take an example of like if you're looking at a cow memo and you ask it questions about that cow memo, like it's always going to be referencing that cow memo and derive its answers from that. Now, the benefit with the upgrade is that we can now have it reference every Cal memo we've written in the last 3 years to be able to populate its answer and give you context in that answer. So it's only
it.
going to remember what it's like, information from what it's looking at. It's not going to remember that you asked it this question a week ago.
Got it.
Because it doesn't store that conversation, which for us is actually a benefit because of the privacy concerns and, the way that we interact with AI. It's good that those interactions are sort of ephemeral.
Okay. And my last question is concerning work product accountability as we are thinking about our plans going forward and how we use AI and how we implement it and what our expectations are for city employees. Yeah, I'm not going to put you on the spot with that. I think that's like an ever-evolving thing, but that is one of the topics of concern as it pertains to AI being integrated into large systems, which is what we have. So just want to put that out there.
Yeah, and I think that human in the loop is a very important part. And then ultimately, our AI policy will have a similar, if not the exact statement of, employees are responsible for the content that they produce and they would take full responsibility for its accuracy. So it's on us as people to actually read what the AI is writing and then decide whether or not it fits what we need and if it's accurate.
Yeah.
So it comes down to the people at the end of the day anyway, so yeah.
All right, great. Thank you, Ira.
Okay, we're down this way. Ms. Powell?
Thank you. A quick question, and thank you for the thorough overview of Box and the AI functions. My only question is, if the app isn't storing the info that's being put into it with the agents, how, and we can't access it, how do we ensure that employees are not violating rules and using it ethically and using it appropriately at work?
When you create the agent, you give it its instructions. And its instructions can be very explicit around what it can do, what it can't do, like what it should be answering, what it shouldn't be answering, topics it can't talk about, topics it can talk about. You can be very granular when it comes to this. So that's why when you're interacting with ChatGPT, it's like you can't ask it about certain things. And I'm not going to go into details on that, but it will stop you. And those are those guardrails that you can put in place when you create that agent. So we have ways to control that. Yeah.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Questions have all been answered. Did it, Ms. Powell? Okay. Ms. Alfaro, yeah.
Thank you. So bear with me because I have 8 questions. The first question is, in the memo, it had indicated that the AI policy is not done yet.
Right.
So I'm assuming the AI policy will be done depending on like what happens today, et cetera. So I just want to confirm the AI policy will be completed and rolled out before this is implemented if this passes.
Not before it's implemented, no. Because in reality, this will be done, if all goes according to plan, it'll be done on January 28th. We will then have access to all of the things that Box AI offers us. Now, end users can't create agents. IT needs to create the agent. So we can control like the agent creation, but the Box AI and the new features outside Box AI will be turned on the day that we issue the PO to Box. So we'll have access to everything on January 29th, conceivably.
So my follow-up question is that when is the AI policy estimated to come out then? Because people should know, going back to Councilwoman Powell's question on ethics and how it should be utilized, et cetera, that should be indicated to staff. And in addition, that ties into my second question, what is the training for staff on this?
So question the first, the AI policy, we have a draft. So really it would just involve the level of effort between myself, senior staff, city manager's office, the legal department to say, yep, this hits all our boxes. If it's all we worked on, it could be done relatively quickly, but I'm kind of cautious to give a like exact date, but it's, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know.
I just feel uncomfortable having
overpromise.
something
Yeah.
implemented that doesn't have a policy, right? And so
Sure.
if that could be done soon, shortly after.
Which it could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm okay with that because I understand timelines and this credit needs to be done sooner
Yeah.
than right.
Right.
So I get that. As long as that policy also ties in a training program.
Yes, and
For
thank-
staff?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you for that. So,
Okay.
in addition to implementing that and the policy, there's definitely going to need to be training. I mean, people need to understand what an agent is. People are going to need to understand the policy in and of itself, what they can do, what they can't do at work. So that'll take the form of tutorials, in-person meetings, documentation that can be shared with end user staff, and then sort of like office hours or open forum type of times when people can just ask kind of any question they'd like type of thing. So
Okay.
yeah, this would be a sizable training effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question is, so the info that's going into this AI agent, that's not being shared with, not even with Box?
The interactions that you're having, no, they
Okay.
can't. They don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah. And we've tried. I've literally had to go through the process with Box. I'm like, I need to see what someone put in here, and they didn't have it.
Yeah, but I meant like Box ownership is not seeing that either, right? So,
No.
okay, so I just want to make sure like no one's having access to that.
No one has access to it.
Perfect. So not all staff have the same level of accessibility to different forms and documents?
Correct.
So are there different agents being created for different levels? So like if you're asking like,
Yes.
write me a memo on something and there's a document where that person shouldn't have access to, that AI is not using that document to help them put that information together.
That's
So-
correct.
So there's going to be different levels then?
Yes.
Okay.
So and that's the other nice thing. We don't have to control that. We don't have to set up those permissions for an AI to do it. There's a commercial run around with Okta and AI, and they're like stopping the little bot from going in the conference room. Like, we don't have to deal with any of that because Box's permissions are already set. It's only going to access what you have access to. So there's going to be all kinds of different agents.
Perfect.
And that's why
Okay.
we can create as many as we'd like.
Okay. Will someone be able to use the AI in Spanish?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
My follow-up question to that was another question, is Box Forms also going to be allowed to be used in Spanish?
It'll
so-
be translated. The box forms can be translated.
But just like if someone's thinking about like sensitivity, sometimes things should be created in Spanish versus in
Yeah.
English first. And so just seeing if staff could also use it the other way around, if they could be like, help me write this in Spanish. Right? Like I'm responding to this community member in Spanish. Can you help me draft this? X, Y, and Z. So if we could look into that, that would be great.
It does. I just asked it, can
Okay,
you write in Spanish? And it said, sí puede escribir en español. ¿Qué tipo de contienda necesitas que redacte en español una respuesta en un vendedor interesado o no interesado, un correo formal, un resumen del documento o algo diferente?
Muchísimas gracias por esa respuesta. So thank you for that answer.
Sure.
And thank you for practicing your Spanish. Last question I have is, there has been research that shows that AI, depending on how AI is created, et cetera, it could be discriminatory and racist, et cetera. So what kind of protocols are we putting in place into this AI agent to make sure that we are combating it from being racist or discriminatory against like potential candidates if it's doing staffing or any other things?
Yes. So, one, again, human in the loop. Well, humans can be just, if not,
Well, yeah,
so well, I'll table that piece. But that's another benefit because we use the LLMs that these large tech companies are continually refining to avoid those biases. We don't have direct control over how the LLM may or may not have a bias, but we have choice of many different LLMs. I mean, and so a lot of them sort of have that built in. However, we can also then, in the instructions for the agent itself, be very explicit around do not take candidate name into account when you're reviewing any sort of resume. Do not assume heritage based on location. We can say all those kinds of things, and I think that, frankly, AI would probably help us figure out which instructions and which things to steer it away from to help avoid those biases, more so than even I could think of, sitting down over an hour. So I think that there's a lot of ways that AI can help us avoid the downfalls of AI.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Steffen?
I had a bunch of questions for you, Aaron, but I think they all just got asked, and you and I have had some conversations prior to the meeting on some of the data and security and privacy, and I think I've had my questions answered. And I just also wanted to say thank you for, in the memo, trying to break down kind of the a la carte, these would cost if we tried to buy different tools from different things, and showing us that while it's a big ask, it's a big contract, but it's certainly worth it when you try to break those down and try to see what you would get if you try to get those individually. So thank you.
Yeah, as I was writing the memo, I kept thinking, well, this is a really good deal. I'm like, this is great, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Good?
Thank you, Mayor. So appreciate all the questions from everybody up here. They've been more than I expected. So in terms of the convergence of the coincidence of this presentation and the state of the city, there's also another component. With everything that was just set up here, as we could tell, this is quickly evolving. So a while back, we reached out to an organization called U.S. Digital Response. They provide pro bono assistance to government entities. And so we made contact with them recently in the end of 2025, and we'll be kicking off a relationship with them in 2026. Again, that's of no charge to the city. Hats off to staff for proactively engaging with that organization. And so they will be coming in to help us explore use cases, firm up best practice, offer policy suggestions if we get to this point where we explore use cases and we find some that are bumping up against something that might not be responsible deployment of it. And so this is what I do for a day job, and it's always interesting in talking to people because there's so many firm positions formed on this. But essentially the way I look at it, this is like electricity. There's a lot of ways we can use it. Some of them are good, some of them are not good. Some of them you need a right size for the deployment. And so I really applaud this effort to get the organization into one ecosystem that we already have deployed, to get training going for workers. Ultimately, all the organizations in the private sector that are deploying this are saying the savvy winners will be the ones that upskill and see that they can do more with the staff that they currently have. We've seen across the board, though, there are problems. There are organizations that have gone, and for me as a developer, they have just started slashing developers. We've seen issues with certain models that, I have my bias. I have a certain lab that I like, and that's because they do extensive research. They try to call out the errors of models as proactively as they possibly can and put those guardrails in place. And so I think as we go through this, you've already set the guardrails up for the ecosystem. As we start testing, I'm assuming there's going to be certain models that are better for certain use cases. We'll be able to document that, share that. We'll be able to refine the prompts that are specifically used within the organization. And so no matter what, if the person's brand new or if they've been here for a year, they'll have access to the same expertise that was crafted by all the institutional knowledge that exists here. So I think this is setting the ecosystem for U.S. Digital Response to come in and help us stand up use cases and best practices. So, this is a rare moment where I think things have converged kind of organically, but also in this case intentionally, Aaron. So I appreciate all of the effort you've put into this.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Thorne?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Aaron. Eye-opening for me. I learned a lot. Basically, my questions that I initially had were asked and answered by you from Mr. Dixon and Mr. Ortiz. I'm curious how your plan is in your department of managing it, so to know about our employees that maybe misuse it.
Well, that's a more difficult one, because as they interact with it, we're not seeing those conversations. the output of how they're using it potentially, that's where the policy will help guard against some of those misuses. But no policy is going to be bulletproof. So there's going to be probably something will go wrong, and then you need to adapt. But yeah, I mean, as far as managing the quantity of agents and what have you, and refining those results, like we have staff that are going to be very highly attuned at that. We have our web developers, we have our process improvement analysts, so we have staff that can do that. But as far as someone using an agent and then getting an output that was inaccurate or was used then in a way that maybe they shouldn't have, that's something the policy can guard against, but probably not always prevent.
Part of that's going to be a learning curve, I would
Yes.
think.
Yep, and yeah, there's always more to learn with AI as well. So by no means am I the expert on this. So.
And with it being proprietary, as you use this and we get near the end of the contract, should you choose to go another direction to a different company per se, all the information is obviously transferable and
Yeah.
the ease of everything will be consistent.
And let's say we find that OpenAI's GPT 5.2 mini is like really good LLM for us to use for XY, for most of our use cases. We can use that LLM anywhere. And we can use that, and we'll just take the instructions we gave the agent, and we can download those documents and put it wherever. So it's fully transportable.
Great, thanks so much.
Okay, Rose, did you have anything? Okay. Mr. Manager, I believe we need a motion. We need a motion.
Move for approval?
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez? Yes. Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell? Yes. Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion is approved 9-0.
Item C is a design engineering services agreement with H.R. Green Incorporated for the National Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project. The bridge receives biennial inspections as part of the city's ongoing inspection program to ensure it maintains a structural integrity level sufficient for safe usage by the traveling public. While the bridge meets the requirements for safe travel, a comparison of recent inspections indicates increased deterioration in the overall bridge's condition. Staff is recommending a preventive rehabilitation of the structure that will extend its useful life 10 to 15 years, during which time planning efforts may begin for a future bridge replacement project. This agreement allows for engineering analysis and design required to prepare construction plans and bid documents necessary to complete the rehabilitation in 2026. Due to the bridge's proximity to the two railroad crossings between National Street Bridge and Illinois Route 31 State Street intersection, staff will be using this opportunity to investigate concerns over rail crossing safety, pavement markings, and advanced driver notifications for those crossings.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez? Yes. Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell? Yes. Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item D is an honorary street name designation for Pastor Jose Luis Hidalgo. This is on East Highland Avenue between Center Street and North Geneva Street. The city received this application, which was endorsed by Councilmember Rosa Maria Martinez, to designate a segment of East Highland Avenue in honor of Pastor Jose Luis Hidalgo. Pastor Hidalgo served as pastor at Iglesia Carismática Puerta de Sion for nearly 40 years, starting his ministry in Elgin back in 1982. The church was originally located on Villa Street before it moved to its current location at the southeast corner of Highland and Center Street in 2000. Pastor Hidalgo built a network of local resources to help those in need. Hundreds of people are better off today because of his efforts, which were previously recognized by a proclamation from former Mayor Ed Schock in 2007. This proposed segment of East Highland Avenue between Center Street and North Geneva Street comports with the provisions in Chapter 13.27 of the Municipal Code for Honorary Street Name Designations. In addition to Councilmember Martinez endorsing the application, every property owner abutting the street supports it as well. The city's application review group is similarly recommending approval. And it's my understanding that representatives from the church are here in attendance.
Motion.
Second.
Moved in second for approval. Ms. Martinez, would you like to introduce the
Sure.
members
Thank
of the
you.
church?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to introduce Pastor Lily Sosa. She's in the back there. If you could please stand. Thank you. I think this was important because Pastor Hidalgo, because of him, hundreds of people are better off today here in Elgin. And it's because of his hard work, his humbleness, his truth and honesty that he willingly shared with his congregation and community, sorry. The only thing that I really regret is that Pastor Hidalgo did pass away in March of 2024, suddenly. But I wish he was here, and right now, the congregation is asking if they can please have an honorary street. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, and we'll reconvene with a regular council meeting at about 7:25. We have people, everybody in from the hallway? Or is there still people out there? Okay, we'll reconvene at about 7:25. Need a motion, have a motion to
Yeah, we
adjourn.
need a motion. So moved.
Second.
Moving a second to adjourn, clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, we are adjourned. We'll reconvene at the regular council meeting at 7:25. meeting for the Elgin City Council for January 14th, 2026 to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You get 29 people signed up.
I know.
Okay.
It'll be a while.
Are you
Yep.
for 3 minutes?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Alfaro,
Present.
Dixon,
Present.
Good,
Here.
Martinez,
Here.
Ortiz. Here. Powell.
Here.
Steffen.
Here.
Thorne.
Here.
Mayor Captain.
Here. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of December 17th.
Move for approval.
Moved and second for approval. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, clerk please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Will Jamie McCutcheon join me at the podium? This is a pretty special year for the Martin Luther King event. There have been some major changes. We're going back to the way it was a few years ago. We had some changes after COVID and dropped some of the events. We're bringing them all back this year, so it's been special. Jamie and a number in the committee have been working on this all summer, and it should be very special for the city of Elgin for this year. So it's a great pleasure for me. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., born in Atlanta, Georgia, attended Morehouse College in Atlanta and Crozer Theological Seminary in Pennsylvania, was a student thereafter at Boston University and the University of Pennsylvania, and who following his studies became a spiritual leader of his church. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a spiritual leader not only of his own congregation, but of millions throughout the world, espoused the philosophy of nonviolence to all mankind, and in recognition of his teachings was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his campaign for civil rights extended his work for the benefit of all humanity, and especially for the poor, and was a leader in the cause of world peace. And whereas the city of Elgin is a blessed and compassionate city, priding itself on its diversity, welcoming its many immigrant groups and its many communities of faith. And whereas the city of Elgin, through its Human Relations Commission and the Dr. King Celebration Committee, has honored the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. for 41 years, reflecting our commitment to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision of a nation committed to nonviolence and love in our cities. Now, therefore, I, David Captain, Mayor of the City of Elgin, Illinois, do hereby proclaim Saturday, January 17th and Monday, January 19th, 2026 as days in honor of the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Jamie, will say a few words?
Thank you very much, Mayor Captain. On behalf of the MLK Subcommittee, I would like to thank the City Council and all of those that made this possible. We are very excited to come back and give a weekend of celebration. Because of Dr. King's sacrifice, we are all better off. Thank you very much.
Brings us to the portion of the council meeting where we recognize persons for up to 3 minutes to discuss issues that are of great importance to them. And we have a number of people signed up. I believe there are 27. So I'm going to hold you to the 3 minutes. And please be courteous and observe that time limit. There's a timer up here for you to see. We'll start out with on the agenda, for items on the agenda. Let's do the items not on the agenda first. We'll start with that. We have about 20 people for on the agenda. Like Dennis Hicks. Dennis Hicks.
Hello, everyone. I'm up here because I felt I was racially profiled by Elgin Police. I was stopped in my driveway in my home. There was a search done on my car. It was basically for a rolling stop was the original call. Then the K9 unit came and they said it was for a rolling stop. I didn't consent to any of that at all, but I was embarrassed. I was insulted because my 3-year-old son was in his car. Went on for about half an hour. I did talk to the officers after that to find out why this was done, let them know how embarrassed I was and how insulted I was that my 3-year-old son had to see all that and had to be taken out of the car in the cold for something that was told that was a rolling stop. And that's why I want to be here, to address that situation, see how we can make sure this doesn't happen to any other brown and black people. I did have filed a complaint for this situation, so I do want to see how this goes. And I have my friend
Demetrius Smith?
Yes.
The racial profiling with EPD is guaranteed been proven here, and along with proven with me. I was looking for Chief Anna Lally years ago. Same thing with me, where they just see me go by them, jump behind me, said improper lane usage, K9 units, same thing. But I wasn't with no child. So the officer's name is Jay Taylor. I believe his badge number is 469. And the way he called me about what happened with that situation, it's just the way he described it, about how the officer locked eyes with him, and he said the officer that was behind him, he busted a U-turn to get him. But he said the way he locked eyes with him, he knew he was going to get pulled over. And the officers trailed and chased him around Elgin so much that he couldn't catch him the first time. When he turned to his friend's house to return a joystick or something, he told me, the officer ended up coming by a few minutes later, saw him, turned around and waited for him, then followed him home and pulled him over. It's the racial profiling of certain individuals. I can't say the whole police department, because when I said that last, I said it vaguely, and Jim Lally laughed out on me when he seen me. But there are officers that still using this racial profiling. And I don't remember his name. What was his name, Corey? Vasquez, the one you made us meet with? Officer Vasquez, whatever. The point was the camera proved that there was no lanes to be in improper lane usage. It was a side street, number one. Two, he wrote many more tickets because I was going off on him about him stopping me. Anna Lally then reviewed the camera, threw all the tickets out because they agreed that there is no improper lane usage because it was a side street with cars parked on both sides of the road. But it's just a racial profiling that we bring in notice about Jay Taylor, badge number 469. The humiliation he caused for this guy, I'm going to make it my business, and I'm praying that you city council people address the complaint with this guy, because I'm going to follow his career for his entire career here in Elgin. That's all we want to say.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sure somebody will be in touch with you.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay. Brings us to items that are on the agenda. Peter Bezos.
Mayor and council members, good evening. Our team is here to answer any questions you might have about the Hindu petition, our land planner, our civil engineer, our traffic engineer. If there are no questions, they won't be addressing you. The chairman of the Hindu temple, Dave Patel, is also sitting over there, and has elected not to come up and speak unless you have any questions about the church's or the temple's operation, out of respect of your busy schedule tonight. Over 310 people have signed a petition in support of the petition, and that petition is in your packet. The temple has worked very hard to gain your trust and support, and we certainly hope you will welcome and invite this temple into the Elgin community. Thanks so much.
Mr. Hanlon chose not to speak as well. Okay. Jessica Astug.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Jessica Astrug, and I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the proposed development at 890 Galt Boulevard. 890 Galt Boulevard is not the correct location for a development of this magnitude. This development is continually compared to the Baptist Temple in Bartlett that brings crowds of over 12,000 people per their social media and several local news outlets. Umaya's own social media shows several events held outdoors with music and smoke flares. The disruption to the everyday lives of Oak Ridge, Sherwood Oaks, Castle Creek, and every person that travels on Route 20 is astronomical. I personally have spoken to IDOT. Not only were they completely unaware of this project, they stated that this stretch of Route 20 is already a delicate infrastructure. The Umaya Group will be required to file a permit with IDOT, which at the very least will require them to pay for the reconstruction of the light at Route 20 and Lambert. IDOT indicated this starts at $500,000. Every aspect of the Umaya application states that builds happen when money is available. How can you allow for a rezoning of this size when funding isn't even present? In their application, they are also asking for any other departures as may be necessary or desirable to construct the entire development. By allowing this, you are setting a landmark precedent for all future developments as well as current developments. I have also spoken with two individuals at the IDNR and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They have both confirmed, independent of one another, that based on aerial photography dating from the 1930s through today, that the northwest corner of this lot is wetlands. The Umaya application includes a stormwater management plan that expired on November 20th of last year, and a Kane County stormwater management permit application, which begs the question, why is Kane County any part of this development when the land, per the assessor's office, is located in Cook County, Hanover Township? Your own Planning and Zoning Commission has now denied and rejected this application without recommendation during 2 meetings, despite the changes made by the group. You have petitions of your residents totaling over 220 signatures that still stand in opposition. Your tax-paying constituents don't want this development built in this location. Despite the Umaya Group bringing forth a religious expert, we have stated time and time again that this opposition has absolutely nothing to do with religion. This is an AI rendering from the perspective of a 2-story home on Persimmon Lane using Umaya's schematics. It is the view from the street. We all understand that the land is zoned light industrial, and we are all prepared for light industrial. Light industrial, as outlined in the consent decree, is nowhere near as negatively impactful to our quality of life as a development bringing thousands of people to our neighborhood several times a year. If you vote for the rezoning, you are telling us that our voices, Elgin's comprehensive plan, and the council's voices are of no matter in protecting your residents' quality of life. When you were each sworn in, you took the oath to act for the benefits of Elgin's residents. You are legally and ethically bound to listen and represent our concerns. So please do so by voting in opposition.
Okay. Thank you. Linda Searcy.
Since November of 2022, we have been told that it's in our best interest to rezone 890 Galt Boulevard so that an exclusive community could be developed as opposed to another construction. We said no to rezoning. 2 proposals have gone before Planning and Zoning with no recommendation to rezone. They said no. Now we respectfully come before you to decide this matter. If a person is only as good as their word, their reputation and trustworthiness depend entirely on keeping those verbal affirmations. Any breach severely damages trust. We were told unequivocally in November of 2022 that the property would not be purchased if it was not rezoned first. The Temple Group went ahead and purchased the land a year later without zoning changes, without the consent decree being amended, without any positive feedback from Sherwood Oaks, and without Oak Ridge residents knowing anything about it. Were assurances somehow given or perceived? In 2022, we were also told that hundreds of Chicago Temple members wanted to move into this proposed exclusive community. So why eliminate the multifamily building with its 81 residential units, amenities, and parking so easily? If we believe that there will be so few visitors and even fewer celebrated holidays, then why the need for a temple of this size even after its revision? Or will the current proposed green space be resurrected by way of that existing clause in their proposal, which allows for any departures they deem necessary and desirable, and thus the structures return without needing your future approval or knowledge? Elgin's most updated growth plan, Section G, entitled Growth Strategy and New Neighborhood Design Guidelines, state in part that any zoning change made by an applicant may need to show that the zone change will not significantly impact traffic. They have failed to do that. We know that traffic information has been underreported. IDOT will attest to this via the changes already made as well as future changes along the Route 20 corridor and Shales Parkway. Ask anyone who lives in the Oak Ridge or Castle Creek subdivisions. Ask anyone who has to travel down Route 20 or use Lambert or Hillard as an entrance or exit onto Route 20. Traffic will be significantly impacted, and it will continue to cost individuals their lives and well-being. Because misinformation has continued to show up in both of their printed documents and presentations, integrity and trust have been totally negated. On behalf of your constituents here tonight and those unable to attend, know that we stand united and opposed to this rezoning and ask that you stand with us and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Ochmark. I believe it's Paul Ochmark.
Ochmark, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Paul for short.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Ochmark. As a matter of candor to this tribunal, I'm not a constituent nor a resident of the resident communities next door to this development. I'm a partner at the law firm of Kovich, Schiffer, Nesbitt. We serve as corporation counsel to the Oak Ridge Towns Homeowners Association, as well as the Oak Ridge Community Association. These properties have been in existence for approximately 25 years. There are in excess of 100 homes at these two associations. There are a number of residents and constituents that reside there daily. This is their primary residences, and this is not heavily populated by apartments or landlord-tenant usage. The ownership objects to the application, variance, and plan going forward for the following reasons. Number one, this is a nuisance. This is not a matter of the residents moving to a nuisance, asking the nuisance to stop. This is a matter of a nuisance moving to an established community. There is significant light issues with the apartments being built so close to the neighboring townhomes. And there was a representation from one of the applicants earlier during the initial 6 o'clock meeting that a fence was being removed. The fence removal impacts the light. Significantly as well is the noise. The noise being from first construction traffic for a number of years, then residential traffic moving about, and the zoning and planning committee meetings, there was talk of individuals being brought in to assist with traffic and movement. Their direction, their noise, their amplification through devices, that will cause further noise to the residents of the Oak Ridge communities. Here we have one means of ingress and egress to this development. If there is an accident, fire emergency personnel, everything's going to have to be rerouted to the north end of the property, which takes all residents and patrons of the temple into the association property. That presumes emergency personnel can get to and from that property and that no one is blocking the gate through an improper parking. There was comments earlier regarding funding, and we asked if this application was for the temple alone, would it be granted? If the application was for the residents alone, would it be granted? The owners object, and you'll hear from them later regarding their objections to the property as a whole. What would be even worse for the city, as well as the neighbors, would be if the project started and then could not be completed. Now you have a blight on the community, which is incomplete and potentially unsafe. The owners and we offer that this development detracts from residential desirability. This is not a plan in abstract nor a piece of paper. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this corridor, we invite you to visit the street and see how traffic, both construction trucks, heavy machinery that are laying concrete, rebar, plans and development, raising the ground to change the water. I see my time has concluded. May I briefly have 1 second to conclude?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. For those reasons, the owners object, and we appreciate the council's time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Hutchins?
Good evening. My name is Lynn Hutchins. Over the past several months, residents of the Oak Ridge and Sherwood Oaks subdivisions have brought our concerns and objections to you on the egregious impact that the proposed temple complex at 890 Galt Boulevard will have on us specifically and on the surrounding area. We hope that you have listened carefully to what we've been saying, done as we urged, and took a few minutes to drive the area to see what we've been talking about. The lawyer for the temple has stated that there would be no or minimal impact on traffic on either Lake Street or on the tiny access road that would be shared between Oak Ridge and the proposed temple. He would have us believe that the several hundred to several thousand daily temple worshipers would all politely spread themselves across the entire day, and that there would be no time when a festival or any other event would have them descending on the area in large numbers. We would have to be truly gullible to believe that at all. You only need to search online to see the huge crowds that attend temple events. There has been no consideration on the part of the temple to the impact on the people who would be their neighbors. But then a huge walled and gated complex that we would not be allowed into does not exactly speak of neighborliness. I truly feel sorry for the temple group because I feel that they were deceived when they were shown the property. It was probably a bargain price considering how long it has been vacant. I wonder if they were even warned about the consent decree covering the land. But that still does not excuse the total lack of consideration or concern for what their project will do to those of us who have lived in the area for decades. It is already difficult and dangerous to get in and out of the subdivision. The increase in traffic caused by the temple will just exacerbate that. It will also impact the resale value of our homes and even our ability to sell our homes, because who is going to willingly buy a home next to a humongous, noisy, gated, and walled complex that will cause so much disruption to the area? And because we are concerned about the disruption this will cause to our lives, we have been labeled religious and even racial bigots. But this is not about religion or race. This is about our desire to preserve our safety and our quality of life. Please consider what this will do to those of us who live there and to the surrounding area and vote against the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison?
Hi, I'm Allison Ozog. I live in Bartlett. I'm right across from Lambert and Lake, so I will be impacted by all of the traffic that is coming out of that intersection. I'd like to start off and say the current proposal does not take into account IDOT's project to eliminate the proposed street the temple plans to use to service its traffic on days of worship. They plan on doing these roundabouts, and the first intersection that'll be available for a light will be at Lambert, so that exit is no longer going to be there. There's no current traffic study or analysis that takes into account the elimination of the primary method of ingress and egress. It would be irresponsible to move the project forward in light of the significant and material change to the traffic pattern. The elimination of the primary method of ingress and egress by IDOT leaves Lambert Lane to service the existing car wash, the residential home, and the temple. Given the anticipated attendance on days of worship and traffic on non-worship days, an accident at the intersection of Lake and Lambert, which happens almost weekly, would be a significant and dangerous obstacle for emergency vehicles attempting to reach the homes, car wash, or temple. This is in addition to the inconvenience and congestion a non-emergency would have on the intersection. The proposal states the surrounding roadways have adequate capacity to absorb the additional traffic even during the busiest times. I would love to know what time of day that these studies were done. The original proposal traffic study was done close to the COVID times when everybody was staying at home. I walk my dog at all hours. I hear accidents. I see traffic. This statement is completely false. If Lambert is the primary method of ingress and egress, a new traffic study would be commissioned to study the impact on the residents lining Lambert, including the Castle Creek townhomes and single-family residencies, the dog park, the children park, and the playfield that is open to everybody to use. Currently, patrons on the parks are permitted to park their vehicles along Lambert Road, which narrows the street down to one lane. I have contacted Bartlett Police to try to get this changed, and they cannot. So I don't know how this is going to help with the traffic pattern coming out. Additionally, the commercial recycling business at the intersection in Lambert and Spalding that has an Adjourn address parks its flatbed trailers on the street while they are waiting to pull into the yard. This also narrows Lambert to one lane. Recently, to yet another fire at this recycling plant, Lambert was closed completely going north. The traffic pattern is changing in the light of IDOT's project, and new traffic studies must be commissioned. To do otherwise would be reckless and will endanger and inconvenience the surrounding communities. I hope you have taken the time to drive these intersections and see all the congestion that is already there, hence why IDOT is trying to change it. If you have not, you should not be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Iverson?
Good evening, council members. My name is Lauren Iverson. I live in the Castle Creek Subdivision, which is on the southern side of Route 20 at Lambert. And our house butts up against the retaining pond, which then hits Lake Street. So we have a clear view of that intersection, and I can tell you, I've lost count of how many times there's been accidents at night, during the day. There's been cars involved, there's been trucks involved. There's been property damage. They've taken out the stoplights a few times in the 20 years that we've lived at this location. IDOT previously has declared that this is a dangerous intersection. Today, I'd like to ask that you consider this with the Temple proposal. We already know this is a dangerous intersection. It's been declared that by IDOT in the past. To put a Temple in there is going to add a lot more traffic and a lot more cars and a lot more people in that intersection. Combined with, there's discussion of adding a gas station right across the street from our home. I'm fine with the gas station, it's just extra traffic in the intersection. So now we've got all these different sources for more traffic going into a dangerous intersection. To make things safer, we need to address the intersection before we do these additional projects. That's my opinion, kind of common sense, that type of thing. I realize that IDOT controls that intersection. It's not your purview, so I get that. But that doesn't mean that we go and dump a bunch of more traffic in there until IDOT declares they're going to make a change. So for me, it's a common sense thing. If it's dangerous, don't put more traffic into it. Get it fixed, and then you can add more traffic. I guess that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barbara Conterno?
I didn't realize how short 3 minutes was, so I wrote way too much, so I'm sort of going to wing it here a little bit. But My community here and I have been now to 2 zoning meetings and tonight's meetings to express all of our concerns about the proposed temple project, including safety concerns, which you've heard about, the traffic, the impact of all the people, all the celebrations throughout the year, the emergency access, the overcrowding of our neighborhood when the parking spaces for their thousands of people coming aren't enough, and the negative changes to the character of our neighborhood and the risk of declining property taxes. I know that this board has the final decision-making authority, but the zoning committee that we went to, the first meeting, we went well over midnight. So many people were speaking, and the other one was about 5 hours. And the zoning committee voted it down 2 times. The first time, a 4-to-1 vote. And the second time, at first, they didn't even want to make a motion, and then they made a motion, it was split. A woman on the board, the zoning board, even said, I used to take my car to the Toyota dealer right there. I drive all the way to St. Charles because I'm so scared to drive that close to where you guys are talking about. It is that dangerous. So the church had asked for the moon and the stars the first time when they went into the zoning board, and it was just way too big and so many variances. They scaled it down. Now they're just asking for the stars. It's still way too big. It's still way too impactful to our community. So I just hope that you guys hear what we're all saying, how it's going to impact our community, that you trust the zoning board and what their recommendations were. And when you're deciding how you're going to vote, please take the concerns of our community into effect. If you're facing those concerns where you live, how would you want to vote if it was about your home? And if you're on the fence with it, err on the side of safety. We don't need more people getting killed out on Lake Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Charlotte Miller, and I'm a resident of the subdivision located approximately 500 feet from the proposed Hindu temple site near Route 12, also known as Lake Street, here in Elgin. I want to be clear from the beginning that this is not about religion or culture. Our community respects religious freedom and diversity. My comments tonight are strictly about zoning, traffic, safety, neighborhood compatibility, and fiscal impact. The variance being requested would place a large assembly extremely close to an established residential subdivision using the same single entrance off Route 20 that residents already rely on. Lake Street is already a heavily trafficked corridor, and many of us experience congestion and safety concerns, especially during peak hours. A temple of this size will generate significant and reoccurring traffic, particularly on weekends, holidays, and during special events. This raises concerns about congestion, emergency vehicle access, pedestrian safety, noise, and overall quality of life for nearby residents. There is also a public safety concern related to the adjacent land use. On the west side of the proposed site is a chemical facility, Safety Clean. It is my understanding that some celebrations may involve fireworks or open flame activities. If that is accurate, this proximity raises serious safety questions that deserve careful review. Even if such activities are limited or restricted, placing a high occupancy gathering space next to an industrial chemical operation warrants a thorough safety and risk assessment before any variance is granted. In addition, there is the financial impact to consider. Religious institutions are exempt from property taxes, meaning this land would be removed from the city's tax base while requiring city services such as police, fire protection, traffic control, and road maintenance. that ultimate burden shifts to the taxpayers. Zoning regulations exist to ensure compatible land uses and to protect residents and the city of its unintended consequences. Granting a variance in this case could set a precedent that undermines that protection and permanently alters the character and safety of our neighborhood. We are not saying no to a temple. We are asking that the council consider whether this specific location, given its proximity to the homes, limited access, adjacent industrial use, and fiscal impact, is appropriate. Thank you for your time. As elected officials of the city of Elgin, I trust that you will place the safety of the residents, taxpayers, and voters first as you consider the zoning variance.
Okay, thank you. Jocelyn Miller?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight because the decisions made on this project will shape traffic, safety, and daily life for this neighborhood for decades. My concerns are not speculative. They're based on what has been presented, what has been omitted, and what residents already experience every day. At the last zoning meeting, it was disclosed that the applicant intends to retain their existing temple while also constructing this new development. This raises a fundamental question of how will access be managed if both facilities operate simultaneously. It is not reasonable to assume that attendance will split and stay within the numbers that are being suggested. More realistically, the site will draw more people given that it is the new bright and shiny location, significantly increasing traffic volumes beyond what is currently being represented. The new proposed open space is being presented as an outdoor benefit, yet its location appears to be largely a result of where an apartment building was previously planned. When viewed alongside the developer's blanket request for future approval of any use on this land, this raises legitimate concerns about future changes that may not align with today's representations. At the informational meeting, residents were told there would be no events held outdoors. However, public posts on the applicant's own social media show outdoor gatherings do take place. This creates a credibility issue. When statements made to residents conflict with publicly available information, it becomes difficult for the community to rely on assurances being offered as part of this approval process. Again, there is a blanket request for future approval of any use on this land. The council needs to think about what this will do to all future developments within Elgin. Turning to traffic, while revised numbers have been referenced, a new traffic study was never produced despite the zoning board explicitly requesting one. A new study would have accounted for the car wash being constructed after the original traffic study, as well as substantial residential growth west of this site, including Elgin, South Elgin, Pingree Grove, and Hampshire. As a result, the traffic figures currently being used to justify this project are misleading. Comparison to a residential complex the size of Oak Ridge understate the impact. This development will generate more concentrated, event-driven traffic than a standard residential development. A nearby example is Westridge Community Church. Despite having lower Sunday attendance than this development proposes, police traffic control is still required to maintain safety. Why is this development proposing traffic control only for its largest holiday? And what is the contingency plan when attendance exceeds projections? On major holidays, will this development serve as the primary gathering location? If so, we're no longer dealing with the reduced or redistributed attendance. We are facing the originally estimated numbers of 4,000 plus visitors moving in and out over the course of those holidays. Under those conditions, the scaled-down version of this project does not have the capacity to safely accommodate demand with only 536 parking spaces. This raises additional concerns of how overflow parking will be handled. Will the open field, which is currently protected by a conservation easement, be used for additional parking during peak events? A conservation easement is meant to protect land, not to serve as overflow parking with no regard for its intended purpose or long-term preservation. There's also serious operational concerns. Growth must never come at the expense of transparency, safety of established neighborhoods. And this council has both the authority and responsibility to ensure that this does not. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Hosanowski.
Good evening, Council. Just want to bring up, there is a reason why zoning refused this project 2 times already. They studied the area, they checked the area, they looked at the area. They found it not well suited for the plans. If you ever visit the area, if you ever look at the area, you'll understand why. That's kind of the main reason. So Just want to bring this up, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Sylvia Young.
Good evening. I'm an Oak Ridge resident. I just wanted to talk about the opposition for this project. It's not only because of the traffic, but it's the safety. My daughter's going to be driving soon, and I have already been trying to teach her we have to pause on Lambert before she has to cross because so many cars go back and forth. Now with the Shales Light Parkway is going to be gone, our light is going to be the first light that traffic from 20 coming east is going to see. And we have a lot of semis that go through that light all the time now. So I can't even imagine what's going to happen when Shales is gone. So just to reiterate, we are just very scared and worried about the traffic and all the accidents that might be happening for our future children too. And if we wanted to go across to the lake, that's impossible too without driving. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Carlson.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Carlson, and I reside about 50 feet from the proposed development in one of the single-family homes to the northeast of the boundary of this project. I want to ground my comments tonight in the city's own adopted comprehensive plan, which the council is obligated to use as a decision-making guide. The plan is clear that development must, 1, protect existing neighborhoods, 2, ensure safe and efficient transportation, 3, maintain adequate emergency access, and 4, infrastructure capacity. These are not aspirational goals, these are criteria for evaluating proposals. Our subdivision, as previously mentioned, has one single point of egress. There is no redundancy, there is no secondary outlet, there is no alternative emergency access route. The proposed development materially increases the traffic volume, specifically surge traffic, which other types of facilities would not generate. The traffic would be consistent. It might be significant, but not surge traffic. That directly conflicts with the plan's transportation and public facilities policies, which require that growth not degrade safety, mobility, or emergency response times for existing residents. This is not a theoretical concern. A single-access neighborhood is, by definition, a single point of failure as well. When congestion increases, emergency response slows. When emergency response slows, risk increases. The comprehensive plan repeatedly emphasizes, and I quote, protecting neighborhood livability and public safety before approving intensity increases. That means safety issues must be resolved prior to approval, not deferred, not conditioned, and certainly not promised later. I'm not asking the council to oppose development at this location. I'm asking the city council to apply its own adopted policy faithfully. No development should be approved if it knowingly reduces the safety margin of an existing neighborhood. One of my closing thoughts is this. Economic opportunity can always be revisited, and when this plan was established, unemployment in Elgin was so poor it was compared to the Great Recession. This would lock up 35 acres from ever generating new employment, and as mentioned, would take up half in eliminating taxation ability. So what I'd also like to say is, if safety concern were truly insignificant, it would not require mitigation at all, and the fact that mitigation is promised is an admission that the risk already exists. Mitigation promised after approval is not mitigation at all, it is damage control. And public policy does not allow risk to be approved first and addressed later. Please consider this in your evaluation tonight, and again, I suggest you vote in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Basic.
Good evening, Council. I have nothing planned to say, but if I may approach you and pass out these photos and just share it amongst yourselves. You've heard a lot about the traffic problems, and I thought maybe a visual of what we've been going through might help. And I just printed a few instances of many that we have been going through. One in particular was on this past Thanksgiving. And the accident was so bad, it was a fatal accident, and I was having my family and friends over for Thanksgiving, and a few of those people couldn't leave. We couldn't get out of our subdivision because of this accident, and they were headed towards other celebrations for Thanksgiving. So I just want to build upon what my neighbors have been saying about what we're going through. And if you look at those pictures, that's without Temple traffic coming out of that little street that they're proposed to build on. If that Temple was there and that the accident that you see, the pictures there, they wouldn't be able to get out of the subdivision either. So besides safety concerns, the proposed building that they're going to do does not fit our subdivision. I've lived there since the beginning of the subdivision, 2005, and traffic has increased so much on Lake Street. When we first moved there, it was tolerable. Now it is not tolerable. And like many of my neighbors had said, the light at Lambert, cars and trucks constantly blowing the light, and we have to wait until we visually see that there are no cars going east or west that are going to ram into us when we're trying to get onto Lake Street. So I'll make it short and sweet. I hope that you look at those photos and see what we're going through. And like some other of my neighbors have said, please come and see what we're dealing with. Because if you don't see it in person, it's hard to describe if you don't live there, if you haven't experienced what we're going through. I ask that you all come and see, and I hope that you all choose not to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Cronin.
Good evening, everyone. I live at 824 Beach Drive. I'm an original owner, built the property. It backs right up to the proposed temple. You guys have heard everything about the traffic. I just wanted to bring out some other points that maybe we're not considering. If you haven't been through our subdivision, it's all cul-de-sacs, it's dead-end streets. Our kids play in the streets. They ride their bikes in the streets. We don't have a park. When we built the subdivision and bought into it originally, there was plans for a park. There was plans for extending, more townhomes where the temple property is. There was supposed to be a park back there. Our kids ride their bikes in the street. They play ball in the cul-de-sacs where there's dead ends. To allow a project that's going to be 6 years in construction with bombers and heavy loading equipment and everything. I'm in construction. I did the bridges up and down Lake Street. We all know how long 31 took to build. Now we're talking about Shells Parkway overpass. That's going to be an 8-year project from what I understand, to coincide with the Temples project. And with their own numbers, 70% of their people are coming from the east, and they're going to force them to exit west. Where are they going to turn around at? They're going to turn around at their first opportunity, which is going to be in the middle of a construction zone at Shells Parkway. When we head home tonight, we're going to pass 8 crosses. 4 from the Thanksgiving accident, and it took me 40 minutes to leave my subdivision. And that's horrible for that family. And then there's 4 more just east of that by the car wash. 2 on the north, 2 on the south. I'm gonna just repeat, this ain't the place for this. Our subdivision is landlocked. We're a close-knit community. Our families have been around quite a while. And this is gonna destroy our community. Just having that type of construction project, this ain't the place for it. So I hope you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Sadiqui.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Siddiqui. I've been an Elgin resident for almost 25 years. For 20 years, I've lived at the Oak Ridge community at Lake Street and Hilliard. I'm also an original owner, and I'm in opposition to the proposed temple on Galt. At the entrance of this neighborhood, there's a temple wants to be built whose community is about 500 people from what I understand, but on many occasions, they'll be bringing in thousands. Our entrance cannot handle this load because this is our only entrance or exit to our entire subdivision. Also, this entrance literally looks like a byway if you've driven through our neighborhood, known as Hilliard, which leads to Lake Street. The 3 traffic lights that are immediately surrounding us, which are Naperville Road and Lake Street, Lambert and Lake, and Shales Parkway and Lake, are all very recently at the highest critical level given by IDOT. This temple project will bring more traffic congestion and add to the danger of Lake Street. And just as Sylvia had mentioned, I also have kids who are driving, and that was our number one thing, is to make sure you stop and wait until everyone is stopped. And I know everyone says that to their kids, but at our intersection, if you don't, you will be hit. I mean, we've had neighbors whose kids were in accidents through the years. The temple project was not approved by the Elgin Zoning Commission twice, and the members who voted not to approve this project have been in our neighborhood. They said that they were familiar with our neighborhood, or they drive in the vicinity of this neighborhood and are familiar with the traffic concerns that are already dangerous. So if you haven't come to our neighborhood, please make sure you see it before you do vote if you do think that this temple belongs here. The maps don't represent the neighborhood correctly, and I would like to point out how Hilliard is not a road, but a byway that leads our neighborhood to Lake Street or Galt, which is also called Lambert, and how the Lambert and Lake traffic light is dangerous, and that trucks on Lake Street run the red light constantly. Due to the curve of the road, I honestly think they can't stop. And because of that curvature, they end up having to go through it, and that's what I believe because I've seen it over, like I said, the past 20 years. So please support your Elgin constituents who pay taxes and will continue to pay taxes in the Oak Ridge community. I love living in our neighborhood. As others have said, this is not about any kind of racism or not wanting a temple there. I've lived in Elgin and I've stayed in Elgin because I love our community and I love the acceptance that we have as a minority. I can tell you that I've always felt accepted there. And I don't think any of these people have that in mind when they are speaking. We are strictly thinking in terms of logistics and safety. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Tanya Sufufo?
Salufo.
Thank you.
You were so close, though. Hi, I'm going to keep this super short and sweet. You've heard a lot about everything. One, people keep bringing up if you've never been there, and I got to think that if you haven't, that would be the first thing that you'd want to do before voting for something so significant. And second, or third, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth, or seventh, or eighth, I have no new news for you. I can't believe we've gotten to the 4th meeting. This is crazy. The first one went till midnight. The second one went till 11. And all of the same, oh, hi, honey. This is John. He lives there too. Okay. So the development's not going to benefit our economy in any way, shape, or form. We have an outdated traffic study. We've had multiple accidents. It's only January 14th. You've heard enough about traffic, period. Quality of life due to the inevitable overflow of that traffic is horrendous. This morning in particular was treacherous. A normal commute, which is normally 20 minutes, was an hour and 10. So please, if you haven't come visit. And there's just so many more points, but I mean, lastly, if it goes through, we'll move. And that might not be a big deal to any of you. And frankly, it's probably not a big deal to the community, but at the end of the day, there are people that cannot do that. These are their homes. They've been here for 25 years. I've been here for 4. And to have them lose everything they've worked hard for, and for us to say, if this happens, we leave, is a tragedy. And so, I mean, the last thing I'll do before we move is vote. And so that's what I'll continue to do.
Thank you. John?
Is it okay if I speak, Sue?
Yeah, he's next on the docket.
Yeah.
Good evening.
never take-
Good evening, Mayor, Council, residents. How are you today? As you know, we live in Oak Ridge. As everyone here is speaking of the proposal, we are here not to support this temple. I am here to say, let's use some common sense. With the fact that there's only one way in and one way out in this community. Route 20 is a war zone. There's so many accidents where we live. I just want to say, let's use some common sense and make sure we do for safety reasons and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Agnello. This is it.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I am a disabled veteran. I moved here in 2004 for the peace and contentment I have sitting on my back porch. I look off my back porch and I see the deer playing out in the field. I see the coyotes barking with my dog. I have so much fun sitting there that it takes the pain of my disability away. Now, I know there are veterans in this room, and I know plenty of veterans that have moved out here for the peace and contentment of living in a community where there's only one way in. Now, that little parcel of land where those animals live, they're beautiful animals. There's no plan to eliminate the protected species, and there are 2 of them. I don't see that anywhere in these notes. I don't see what they're going to do with the deer and the coyotes and the raccoons and the bats. I know what one person's going to do with the bats, but I'll tell you, we have to consider the beauty of this. The only reason this temple is being planned to build there is because they got it for peanuts. They got it cheap. There's no other reason. There's plenty of other spacious places that they could build on, but they're picking this place because it's cheap. That parcel of land should have been donated to the county. And if I'm not mistaken, it should have been Cook County Forest Preserve. I believe it's Cook County, not Kane County, where that parcel exists. I may be wrong about that, but it should have been donated. It should have been purchased by the county. It shouldn't have been left for somebody to make a little profit by selling it and destroying the quality of our community. These beautiful neighbors of mine, you can tell how many of them are elderly. They live there because it's peaceful there. This is going to rip the peace right out of our hearts and right out of our homes. It won't exist. When the traffic studies were conducted, nowhere in any of them was it ever mentioned there's only one intersection that all the Temple community and all the community where I live in Oak Ridge, all of it has to pass through one single intersection. Now, I know Jeremy mentioned it, but it's a big point. All traffic. There's no alternative. You can't construct an alternative. All traffic has to pass through one single intersection. Now, that's not including the car wash. That caused enough traffic out there as it is. The stoplight did help a little bit, I'll admit that. But when you get past that, when you get over by Hilliard and Galt, you'll see that all traffic has to go through one specific spot. That's insanity. It doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone allow that to occur? I propose that you, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I just feel, I know you listened to me, because the last time I spoke, I said we should salute that flag. I fought for that flag. Under that flag, we served our country. And tonight, you honored that request by having a Pledge of Allegiance. I appreciate that you heard me the last time and you honored me today. Honestly, I'm grateful for that. But honor me with this request. Don't consider this temple being in our backyard. It's 20 feet off my back porch.
Please start wrapping up your comments.
Thank you.
Samantha Parkhurst. Samantha Parkhurst. Don't run.
The one behind me is going to speak first, and then I can type.
You stand next to me. It's okay. Hello, my name is Margaret. I live in the Castle Creek subdivision, and we are here to oppose the temple construction. Today, I, as well as other residents of the Castle Creek subdivision, are here to strongly oppose the proposed temple development on the north side of Lake Street at Lambert Road next to the car wash due to many safety concerns. There have been numerous accidents on Lake Street in the recent months, almost on a daily basis, one as recent as Thanksgiving Day, which resulted in fatality. The speed at which the cars travel around the corner, either direction, disregard any and all speed limits, and many times completely disregard traffic lights at Lake Street and Lambert. Shales Parkway redevelopment, eliminating Lake and Shales intersection, plans for Shales to go under upcoming Lake Street, overpass, as most of you already know, making Lake and Lambert the first set of eastbound traffic lights for many miles of build-up speed that many motorists already ignore. Between the car wash and the proposed temple development, with 536 plus additional cars planned on leaving and entering that intersection, the congestion and accidents rate will only quadruple at the very least. Again, something the residents of the Castle Creek were never prepared for. Now for Castle Creek subdivision itself and Lambert and Lake Street intersection, that section of traffic already handles not only residential traffic, but also commercial semi-truck traffic from SS and MSD trucking companies. And yes, getting out of Castle Creek subdivision can become challenging at times. Please keep in mind that school buses use the same roads and are forced to wait until it's safe and move forward, or turn around when possible and reroute to get our kids to their respective schools on time. As for the opposite side of Lambert Road and Spalding Road, where the freight trains run and frequently cause delays or flat out close for repairs, impede traffic, and cause issues with EMS response and school bus traffic. As recently as 2 weekends ago, Global Auto Car Recycling, located at Spalding and Lambert, has its fifth fire, completely shutting down Lambert for 6 hours. The addition of 536 plus cars onto Lambert and Lake Street intersection will literally entrap our Castle Creek residents should an accident on Lake Street or other incident at the train track and or global recycling happen at Lambert and Spalding again. Finally, at any time an accident happens in the area, whether Lake Street, Naperville Road, Bartlett Road, Shales, even Route 59, all traffic gets rerouted through Castle Creek subdivision, and yes, through Lambert and Spalding, which also affects our Ember Grove residents next door. You know what's coming. Castle Creek residents were not prepared for frequent occurrence. Bottom line, 536 plus car development, including its construction traffic to come, does not belong in this already heavily trafficked intersection. Before any more developments are even considered that heavily involve Lambert and Lake, a current IDOT study is an absolute must. Lives of our residents depend on it.
Thank you. Samantha?
Hi, I'm Samantha Parkhurst, and I live in Amber Grove, which is the next subdivision just south of Castle Creek. And so Lambert will hit up as a T-bone to Spalding. Spalding Road is 7/10 of a mile. I will run it from time to time. It takes me long time, but I run. And running that has taught me how much traffic has gone through there, to the point that when I am trying to get out of my subdivision with the current traffic that there is there right now, Spalding then will come to a T or cross over Naperville Road. Naperville Road has, it has collected more semis than you can count. And those semis have found that as a quick way to get to the industrial section in Bartlett. So I waited 6 minutes one day to get out of my subdivision, to turn left, to go north, to be able to get to Lake Street, to go on to where I was going. 6 minutes is outrageous. So I called the Village of Bartlett, and then I was put in touch with two people, Justin and I think Tom, at the Cook County Commissioner for the roads, and, well, they can't really help us out. So I was like, well, we need something to fix this. And now I learned that this temple wants to be bought there. And they say, build it and they'll come. Well, they're going to come, and that's fine, but the amount of traffic, our neighborhood cannot absorb that. And when we have to wait so long to now get out of our neighborhood because of semis that go up and down the main road there in Naperville. And if we have this extra traffic and they're going to find ways to snake through, we've only got 2 entrances to our neighborhood, and we've got 250, I think, houses in our neighborhood. So 2 to 3 cars per house, you got 750 people traveling, and now you're going to have all this extra traffic. We cannot afford that. We can't have it. And the one thing that Tanya said struck a chord, and I just so happened to be wearing this, is, yeah, Alzheimer's sucks. My husband is 54 when he was diagnosed with it. And so I'm not going to be able to afford to move out of my house to get anywhere. And if I have to move out of my house to take care of him and wind up being in a smaller house or something more affordable, our neighborhood, if the value of the neighborhoods go down, I lose. And I'm not trying to win a race here, but it's going to affect me. It's going to affect my husband. It's going to affect everybody in our neighborhood. So there's so many things that this is going to affect. It's not just a temple coming in, but like they said in that movie, Field of Dreams, build it and they'll come. Somebody mentioned Hampshire. Find a place in Hampshire. They have farmland out there. Find blank space. Don't take these little pieces of neighborhoods that might fit. Find a place that you can grow bigger, but get on bigger land where you have room. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Elizabeth? Elizabeth?
Mr. Mayor and the council members, I'm Elizabeth Szymanski, and I live in Oak Ridge Subdivision from the builder started digging the land, so I'm the original owner. And everything has been said, all the details have been said today, so I'm not going to repeat all my pre-speakers. I wanted to say one thing that it was just said a second ago. For this venue, this piece of land is not appropriate. This is not the piece of land for such a huge project. In a small, very lacked subdivision, we have one road. It has been said so many times. We have one tiny road that cannot handle any more traffic as we have now. So please kindly save us against accidents, save our lives, and vote no for this project. They can find much more wider, much better place for themselves with ingress and egress easily affordable. We cannot do it. We don't have place to build another road. We wish we had another road to Irving Park, but we don't have it. We are landlocked. So please consider our requests and our, we really ask you, consider our concerns and vote no against this project in this particular spot. This is nothing about religion. This is nothing about whatever people say. This is just safety, our lives, safety, save us against accident and save our lives. This is what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Rike Patel. Mr. Patel, Rike Patel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rico Patel. Didn't really have a lot of prepared comments, but I will not repeat a lot of the stuff that's said, but just wanted to give you some insight on supporting the temple. Traffic, parking, and noise will be managed using established event management practices already familiar to the community. Similar to how increased traffic is handled during events like 4th of July and other community events, higher attendance days will be planned in advance with traffic coordination, shuttle services, and on-site management. And I know you guys had mentioned, or we had mentioned the BAPS Temple, BAPS, which is a similar religious and a spiritual congregation out in Bartlett. It's a great example of how such facilities can successfully manage traffic and parking without ongoing neighborhood disruptions. And other regular day-to-day traffic will occur outside of peak rush hours and remain minimal. The other thing is, I've also gone to, and I want to go off script here, just kind of tell you guys what's in my heart here. I also go to other non-Hindu congregations. I know this is not about religion, like Willow Creek in South Barrington, and my friends always call me I'm a coconut, brown on the outside, white on the inside. I've been here pretty much all my life, raised here, born here, not born here, I was 5 when I came here. And the other thing I want to just say is that this would be more of a place for, for kids and for other generations, more of having community events and not just a religious place, just like how other churches have that. And I'll just, on a lighter note, because we're all into the whole Bears kind of, if Arlington Heights can consider having the Chicago Bears move in and their games are limited to maybe 8+ a year, and whatever modifications that they have done, the amount of traffic that I think is being overestimated, for lack of a better word, and that's all I would have to say, that this would be more, it would operate far less frequently, and any major events, which is just a handful, would be managed via shuttle services and things like that, so to not have disruption in the community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, I believe it's Krakasel? I apologize, either my, your handwriting's not good or my eyesight's not too good. Tony?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'll make it brief. You guys have heard a lot about traffic and safety. I think it's super important. I live at 800 Beach. And really, I rise to really congratulate the opposition and our neighbors coming together and really devoting themselves to what is right for us. I'd like to respond as well. They mentioned BAPS. BAPS is not planted next to a neighborhood. They keep making these comparisons to other, there is no parallel. There's not another temple plop next to a whole residential area. So please keep that in mind. I mean, the traffic is a real, we've beaten it to death. I understand. I think you guys get the point. If you've all driven there, when they put the car wash in, it's gone exponentially higher. By the way, the cycle time on that light, you're lucky if you get 4 cars through there. So that would have to be addressed. There's lots of questions that I don't think have been addressed. So I rise in opposition, and I hope that you see it our way. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mustafa?
Thank you for having me. I'll tell you a bit more about myself. My name is Mustafa. I just moved to this location 5 months ago from Michigan, and the first thing that I was really troubled with was, and by the way, I live at 879 Oak Ridge, right? So I'm a resident of this location. I'm an immigrant from Pakistan, but I became a citizen 5 years ago. And one of the things that really attracted me was how welcoming the community of Elgin was. My son goes here to school as well. The first things that really bothered me was someone mentioned right now, the cycle time on the light as you turn left on Lambert, right? And I think, so I just want to vehemently oppose this, right? I've lived in many countries. I've lived in Japan, I've lived in Pakistan, I've lived in Hong Kong, I've lived in many states, Connecticut, Michigan, Atlanta. I've lived so many places, right? One of the things I really like about the US as I became a citizen was that I could come here and raise my voice and can talk about the issues that matter to me, that matter to my family. And so I really vehemently oppose. Like I say, like everyone said, this is not about religion. I am a religious Muslim. If this was a mosque, I would still be thinking about the traffic patterns here. I know there's a mosque adjacent to Shales Parkway. When I go for my Friday prayers, I see Lake Street, how crowded that is. When I go exit on Lake Street and I turn right and I go to Bluff City Boulevard, the normal time is 3 minutes. It sometimes takes me 15 minutes on Fridays when we have community prayers there. So I know how difficult it's going to be, especially with this temple coming in. Someone said they'll move. I will most likely move as well, but I don't want to do that. This is the first time I've purchased my house 5 months ago, and I really want to build my roots over here. But this is going to be, that's why I oppose. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that ends the public comment. It brings us to bids. The first item is bid number 25-059, hydrant sandblasting and painting.
Mr. Mayor, I recommend that we award this to Go Painters, not to exceed $266,250.
Second.
Have been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Item 2 is city clerk's office renovation job order contract.
Move to award the bid to Leopardo, if I spelled that, said that right, Companies, Inc., in the amount of $89,996 for the remodeling of the city clerk's office space.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Alfaro.
I had a question. So is there a lobby, or is the door now becomes a window? And so people, if they are coming to the clerk's office, they stand in a line in the hallway. I wasn't 100% sure when I was looking at the plan, so I saw the window at the door, and it looked like that people come up to the door, they ask their questions or stuff. There is.
Create more of a lobby space, and it's going to be more accessible.
Oh, can you turn on your mic?
It's going to create more of a lobby space for people to come up to a window.
So there'll be a lobby in the hallway?
No, it's just creating more of a space that's already there. It's kind of small, so they're going to try to create a bigger space for people to come in and have that accessibility.
Oh, so you
to
enter
it.
the clerk's
Correct.
space, and then that window is in there, and there's
Yep.
a lobby. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Brings us to item 1, is consideration of petitions 42-25 and 43-25, 890 Galt Boulevard, a preliminary plat of subdivision and plan development as a map amendment to construct a religious and residential mixed-use development with an 86,000 square foot temple, 536 parking spaces, and 33 townhomes and 5 buildings. Mr. Malat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 34-acre property is located on the north side of U.S. Route 20, west of Lambert Lane and Hilliard Drive. Here is Route 20. This is Lambert Lane, and this is Hilliard. This is the Sherwood Oaks residential subdivision in unincorporated Cook County. This is the Oak Ridge subdivision in Elgin. This is Everclean Car Wash, Estes Express Lines Trucking Services, Copart Vehicle Auction Company, Safety Clean, and Regis Packaging, all of which are also in Elgin. Umia Mataja Sashasta, Chicago Midwest. Did I pretty close on that one? Okay, not bad. Is requesting approval of a religious and residential development on the vacant property. To better show the details of the proposal on the site over the next several slides, we've turned the orientation so that north is to the right and US Route 20 is on the left. The applicant proposes an 86,000 square foot temple with 536 parking spaces, 33 townhomes in 5 buildings, and an approximately 6-acre private recreation field with 1.5 to 2 acres of tree preservation area buffering the single-family homes in the Oak Ridge subdivision. The detention facility at the north end of the property provides a similar buffer for single-family homes in Sherwood Oaks. The proposal has been substantially scaled back from a previous proposal reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission in June of last year. That previous proposal called for a 231,000 square foot temple, a 4-story multi-family building with 81 dwelling units, 823 parking spaces with an additional 461 parking spaces banked, and 38 townhomes in 6 buildings. The benefit to no longer providing the 4-story multifamily building and reducing the size of the temple and decreasing the amount of required parking is an increase to the amount of open space for temple visitors and members. A quick aside, the 4-story multifamily building could not be later constructed without amending the plan development in the same manner as this application before you. The public notice of an application, a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and a decision by City Council. The reduction to the size of the temple was not limited to just its floor area, but also its height. Here is the front elevation of the temple as now proposed, and here is the former front elevation superimposed behind to show the difference. The current temple would be at a height of 90 feet high with a 5-foot flag. The original height of the temple was 125 feet with a 25-foot high flag on top. Here are the side elevations of the temple as proposed, and again, superimposed behind are the elevations of the previous temple. The applicant prepared lines of sight exhibits from various vantage points about halfway along Oak Ridge Boulevard. Oak Ridge Boulevard is here. The temple is on the left. The top exhibit is looking from the back of the westernmost townhouses in Oak Ridge. The bottom exhibit is looking from the second floor of the back of those same westernmost townhouses. And this exhibit shows the line of sight also from Oak Ridge Boulevard from the second floor of the townhouses on the east side of that street. Access to the development would be through the construction of Galt Boulevard as a private access road constructed to city standards, including sidewalks, street trees, and streetlights. The development would not have regular vehicular connection to Oak Ridge to the east or Sherwood Oaks to the north. One gated emergency access would be available for police and fire at the end of Persimmon Lane. The applicant submitted a traffic and parking study, and the study concludes that surrounding roadways can absorb the additional traffic from normal temple operations and will continue to function within acceptable and desired ranges. During special Sunday services, the 9-day Nuvrati Festival and the Hindu New Year celebration, the details of which are provided in your packet, the applicant is proposing to implement a traffic and parking management plan. The plan uses on-site volunteers assisted by Elgin police officers to guide the traffic and parking movements. The exact nature of that assistance would be determined by the Elgin Police Department. All outbound traffic from the temple would head west via a right turn only lane at Hilliard Drive and Route 20. All traffic exiting Oak Ridge would be given priority over any temple traffic and directed to the signalized intersection at Lambert Lane and Route 20. With the traffic and parking management plan, the traffic study establishes that the surrounding roadways have adequate capacity to accommodate the additional traffic even during the busiest times. The study also compared the projected traffic to that generated by a typical industrial development that could arguably be constructed in conformance with the existing zoning, and a mixed residential development similar in unit type and density to the Oak Ridge subdivision. The industrial development would generate substantially more traffic during the AM and PM rush hours and on Sundays before temple service would start, but less traffic on Sundays after service. A residential development would also generate more traffic during the AM and PM rush hours, but less on Sundays. One of the recommended conditions is that the temple would make the improvements to the Route 20 and Lambert Lane intersection that were contemplated in October 2022 for a Thornton's gas station at the northeast corner of the intersection, in so long as someone else doesn't come along and make them first. The owner of the northeast corner has advised staff that they're still hoping to attract another gas station, but nothing has materialized at this time. Those improvements are also detailed in your report, but generally include dedicated turn lanes on Lambert Lane, protected left turns, and extended stacking space on Route 20. IDOT is also preparing to make improvements along Route 20 at Shales Parkway. Their plans include improvements to the Lambert Lane intersection, as well as a barrier median in Route 20 from Lambert Lane west to Safety Clean. The proposed project meets the city's parking requirement. 518 parking spaces are required for the temple, and each townhouse must have 4 spaces. The temple would have 536 parking spaces, and each townhome would have 2 garage spaces and 2 on the driveway. The study also concluded that the amount of parking provided satisfies the unique parking demand generated by the proposed development. Finally, the property is subject to a consent decree issued by the Circuit Court of Cook County in 1967. Following litigation by the then residents of the Sherwood Oaks subdivision, the consent decree limits the type and intensity of a select number of light industrial uses on the property. It also prohibits residential land uses. In addition to this application before City Council to rezone the property, the applicant must petition the court to either vacate or amend the consent decree to develop the property as proposed. The applicant is present, should you have any questions. As it's been described before, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that the original proposal in June of 2025 be denied, and the applicant requested that the plan not proceed to City Council so that they could respond to the concerns that were raised at the public hearing. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the current proposal on December 8th, but has no recommendation. A motion to recommend approval with conditions did not pass, with 3 votes in favor of the motion and 3 against. Staff recommends approval of the application, subject to the conditions outlined within your packet.
Move for approval subject to conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Before we start discussion, I'm going to call on Mr. Beck to make some comments about the consent decree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I just want to make sure the council record is clear, as Community Development Director Malat indicated and as set forth in the January 14th, 2026 development application review and elsewhere in your packet. The subject property is subject to a consent decree that was entered in 1967 by the Circuit Court of Cook County in case number 66CH5096. So the motion to approve, in addition to be subject to the conditions and departures set forth in the development application review, is also subject to either the modification or vacation of that 1967 dissent decree that would allow the city to enact an ordinance or ordinances for final approval of the petition. So that's also an express condition of the motion to approve. I just want to make sure the record is clear on that.
Okay. At this time, are any questions for Mr. Malat or the petitioners? Mr. Ortiz.
All right. I'll take a crack at it first. I have 5 questions. So, for one of the speakers talked about unlimited departures. So you have the 5 listed at the main 5, and then in one of the pages it said that for the townhome, I think it was the townhome development, that they can have minor departures on staff approval and doesn't come back to the council. What, besides like moving the corral of a dumpster a foot to the left and the right, what other like small departures would you be allowed under this to just write off and not ask the council again?
Sure. That guidance is actually provided in the zoning ordinance. The development administrator is afforded a little bit of discretion in working under the guidance of still substantially compliant with the overarching approved plans. And some of the things include the location of streets, parking lots, or buildings by 20 feet or less, decreases in density or floor area, increases in open space, landscaped area or screening, and substitution of comparable plant materials in the landscaping plan or aesthetically comparable exterior building materials. Those are spelled out in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so a random billboard just won't pop up because they need that.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Or a 4-story condominium building.
Okay. You mentioned this in your opening, but I just want to highlight it. So the green space that's the north of the parcel, that's going to be like the athletic fields. Mm-hmm. They originally, in the summer, they wanted to put a condominium or apartment building there. Mm-hmm. Even if we approve this, how you said in your opening, they still have to go through the entire process all over again if they want that building back.
Yes, sir.
All right. And for there's other questions from the public comments about the stormwater plan and the floodplain. I'm assuming you guys went through the Cook County to to do like the stormwater sewer maintenance to make sure everything flows correctly and doesn't go backwards?
So the city ordinance says that the entirety of the city is regulated by the Kane
Okay.
County Stormwater Ordinance, right? And
All right,
that's
but you
spelled out
guys
in
still
this-
called them and make sure everything worked perfect?
Absolutely, yes,
All
sir.
right, I'm almost positive you guys did, just wanted to say it. And those are the 5. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Oh, wait, I like your tie.
Thank you.
Can you turn this back on? All right. I like your tie.
Go Bears.
Okay, Mr. Thorne.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for the presentation. You know, I listened to all the people here in the audience, but I think that one thing that is important, I want everyone to know that I did drive it. I went over there, I looked at the neighborhood, I drove it, and I tried to envision the issue of the traffic issues at that intersection, at those intersections. Hearing that IDOT even states it's a delicate infrastructure, which was more than obvious to me. One way in, one way out. It's already a problem area for traffic, and I am not one to help a traffic problem get worse. A few other points that I noted, that Mr. Bezos commented that 310 people signed in favor of it. Where are they? They're not here talking to us. And I wonder how many of them live there. These people live there. One person made a comment for it, and he makes a reference, if Arlington Heights can have the Bears Stadium, look at what that traffic will do. Well, roads are a little bit different, but it'll also bring millions and millions of dollars to this state that'll help you. This is not going to bring any money to help you. The main thing is the traffic concern. That's my number one issue, and I will not be supporting it.
Okay, yes. Ms. Alfaro.
Bear with me. My list is pretty long.
Bear.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna start off here and then I'll work my way through. So there's proposal for townhomes, and I understand that the entity is a non-for-profit. The townhomes will not be covered under the nonprofit, so they would be paying property taxes, correct?
That's
So-
my understanding, correct.
So the organization will not be trying to cover it at all?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
correct.
Those townhomes have 4 parking spots, the garage and the 2 in the driveway. Is parking going to be allowed on the street? Because people have visitors, people have parties at their homes, and so where are those additional cars going?
So most likely, those will be allowed. It is going to be a private street, so ultimately, that decision.
Do you mind going to the
No,
edge so I can see it?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. 1 second. There we go. That's a good one. So this stretch here is all going to be private street. So the decision as to whether or not they will allow parking on that street will be entirely up to them.
The reason I ask is because it doesn't look necessary it would be private, because the parking is also off to the side, right? There's the lawn parking, and then there's that additional parking that comes out. And so if there's parking on the street, then it's gonna end up being like a one-way, right? If there's all these cars parked on that street. So unless they put the street large enough, right? So they can fit more cars.
It will be designed to a residential street subdivision that would allow parking and the passage of vehicles.
So like 3 cars.
Yes.
Okay, so if there's cars parked on both sides.
And I don't have the exact number, but my recollection is that it's 30 feet back of curb to back of curb.
Okay. Because even in my subdivision, sometimes it gets backed up when people have parties.
Sure.
And then, so I'm trying to figure that piece out there. Okay. Where should I go now? So, there was questions, I think you answered that already. Chris answered that one. So somebody asked during the public comment, and I also wrote this, the other proposal, the 81 dwell, like, why isn't that no longer being proposed? Just out of curiosity.
We can have the applicant come forward and they can talk about why they decided to take that particular element of the plan off the table. The condominium building?
Yeah, if you want to come up.
Councilwoman Alfaro, the decision to not, as I think I said, charge ahead with the larger plan after the negative recommendation by the P&Z on June 2nd was a decision by the Temple not to try and fight their way into this community. And they decided they listened. They listened. They heard one of the one of the planning and zoning commissioners say words to the effect, this feels like 10 pounds of development in a 5-pound bag. And they decided to reduce the size of the development and come back in a much more, what they hoped would be a much more accepted fashion based on the comments made by the Plan Commission and the objections of the neighbors.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. It says it's going to be open to the public. Is there a potential cost that will be going for this, for the public,
Cost for what?
to enter as a visitor if they're not a member of the religious faith?
A cost to attend the temple? Oh, no. No.
Okay. And then, bear with me. So that was answered. So someone brought up a comment during a public comment about when accidents happen, it blocks the street and then there's no other way. If there is an accident on that street, entering the area of the development.
Let me get you a better site plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, hold on one second, bear with me. Here we go.
Yeah, so if there is an accident on, is that Galt Boulevard? The other entrance, to my understanding, is only for like police and fire.
Yes, ma'am.
And so is the traffic just going to be held up so now that people can't get out until the cars are removed if there's a major accident?
So,
Because my understanding is
Sure.
that gate's not opening unless it's only for fire and police. So that gate, to my understanding, won't open for no other reason.
correct, that's for emergency access only. In the event there was some circumstance that caused this access to be
Like blocked for
to
some
be
reason.
blocked for some
Yeah.
reason, right? And again, keep in mind, it's going to be a wide street, 30 feet at least. But again, we never want to make assumptions, right? If that was to happen, then emergency responders would have the alternate route to come up Hilliard, Oak Ridge to Persimmon, and this gate would open and they could access whatever they needed to get to in here. And similarly, vice versa, if there was something that was blocked up here, then alternate routes are available.
So those cars that are parked there that are trying to leave would have to wait.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's taken out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, no, now I understand your question. My
Yeah.
apologies. If this was blocked because of some emergency, this wouldn't be opened to allow people to come out because, no, this is expressly for the use of emergency vehicles only.
Okay. During public comment, some people mentioned that certain streetlights are being removed in the near future per IDOT's planning. The Shells Parkway light was mentioned. Another light was mentioned. Do we know if that's accurate or not?
I can, if you'll bear with me, I do have an image of what IDOT is contemplating along this stretch. This is the shales. This is better. This is the recommended improvements for shales, and there is a light, but let's see if I can blow this up. Present from current slide. There we go, that's a little bigger. This is shales right here, and their current plan has Route 20 go over the shales, but there is still a light underneath there. The plans at Lambert still include a light, and to the best of my knowledge, although I wasn't paying as much attention further east, my understanding is there'll still be a light at Naperville Road.
Okay. And then I know I think you're the person that's in charge of traffic, right? So I am very torn on this development, and the only reason why I'm super torn is that one way in, one way out. Like, if there's an emergency in that area, everyone's is locked in. If something goes wrong with that one way, if this development had a second entrance to 20, I think I would be fine with it right away. Just so, can you give me more clarity on that piece, because that's my major concern, is that it is one way in, one way out, and if something happens, the entire community and that development is trapped.
Sure. Lynn Means from BLA. We did prepare the traffic study for this development. So Galt Boulevard, that pink section in there, is the typical in and out on your, during typical weekdays, as well as, additional timeframes. So that section there would be your in and out. They have access on typical weekdays to Hillard Drive, as well as the ability to come out Galt and to Lambert, to the signal. So there's the two access points during typical weekday and Sunday operations. It's only those very special occasions where we implement a traffic management plan, where we would have police control and have developed a plan which would direct most traffic out to Hillard. Sorry about that. Just so the impact wouldn't occur. Just to give you an idea, again, about what the typical traffic generates, during your typical weekday morning and evening peak periods, it's minimal traffic from the Temple development. It's less than or approximately a 1% increase in traffic to Route 20. There's a negligible increase to delays and to queuing along that roadway during your typical morning and PM peak periods.
Can I just ask a follow-up question before you continue? Is that just the Temple itself, or is that including the people that live in the townhomes?
Including the townhomes as well, the proposed townhomes, the increase in traffic. Route 20 has the capacity, as I mentioned, to accommodate that additional traffic without delays during your typical weekday AM and PM timeframes. The unique component of the Temple is that its services, its highest attendance is on Sunday, when traffic along US Route 20 during the Sunday afternoon into evening periods is about 35 to 50% less than your typical weekday timeframes. So you have significantly less traffic coming in and out during those timeframes. And our traffic study assumed general growth within the area. We projected out traffic 10 years from when our traffic counts were conducted. We coordinated with the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, got their 2050 traffic projections, and assumed a 0.8% per year compounded growth rate on US Route 20. That is higher than historical IDOT traffic counts along US Route 20. The count periods that we did comparatively to recent traffic counts were the highest that they've been. As a traffic engineer, I've done studies in this region spanning multiple timeframes. And for some reason, historically, that 2022 timeframe in the Chicagoland area, those counts are higher than what I've seen during any other timeframe. We also, as part of our study, did include traffic from the Thornton's development, which may or may not occur. We included traffic generated from the car wash development. We also compared what the applicant had provided from the car wash development and used higher ITE rates for it to be conservative. So our traffic volumes are sound based on the projections. We also considered, safety is a huge component. I am a professional engineer and I do hold safety to the highest standards. I have professionally licensed and have a certification as a road safety professional. So as part of my studies and my work that I do, I try to consider and do consider the safe system approach, which looks at ways to improve safety and understanding that humans make mistakes. So we look at ways to provide improvements, understanding that crashes may occur, but to try to find ways to mitigate those serious and fatal crashes. That's part of IDOT's study with that grade separation with the interchange at Shales Parkway, as well as the improvements that were considered as part of the Thornton's development, which we included as part of our study and as part of the condition that those improvements be implemented as part of the study. They are including protected left turns from US Route 20 onto the signalized intersections. So that is at Lambert, as well as intersections further to the east at Naperville Road and such. Those protected left turns help to mitigate the angle type collisions, which produce the highest levels of injuries. Also, there's the barrier median at Hillard, which helps to eliminate a lot of the crashes that are due to head-ons and to sideswipe type collisions. So I know I gave a lot more answers to the depth of the study. Like I said, there's Galt, but that intersection there has minimal amount of traffic right now, and they do have access to the signal at Lambert and to the access at Hillard.
But there's only one way in, one way out on Gilbert then? Or
On the pink
Boulevard.
section
Yeah.
of Galt?
Galt,
Yes,
sorry.
and then there's the
Yeah.
emergency access. But that access to Galt, it is designed to accommodate that traffic, and we did observe 3 existing temples, as we noted in our study, one of them being BAPS, which is a very larger development than this, and that temple has one access in and out onto Illinois Route 59.
I've been there. I've been to
Yes.
the one in Bartlett. But the one in Bartlett, once you enter, there is nothing else. It is the temple itself, right? There is no subdivision or a residential area.
Right, and so
Right.
that this access too has then, there is 2 access then. There is Galt is the one access, but then you have 2 access to Route 20. You have the right in, right out on Hillard, and as well as via Lambert. Down Lambert and out to you.
So following up on that, when you were talking, you showed like on certain days when it's really busy, they're gonna have volunteers directing traffic, right? So everyone leaving the development would be asked to go to right. Those that live in the subdivision have the option of going left, right?
Sorry, one
How is
sec.
that gonna function? Like, are there gonna be volunteers there at all times?
Right.
Et cetera, because I've been to the temple in Bartlett. It is also brings in tourism. Like, we've had family come from other places to come see the temple in Bartlett, right? It's a beautiful space. And so I'm trying to get a better picture of traffic because I am really concerned. I know you're saying there's 2 entrances, but those both entrances also impact the subdivision, right? There isn't one entrance straight into the temple.
Sure.
And so that's where my concern is.
Right, and that,
Right.
their traffic was included as our base conditions and as our future conditions and in the analysis. So that traffic was never removed, and it was considered as part of our analysis.
Oh, and then, oh, go ahead.
I just want to add something.
Oh, can you speak in the mic so people at home can hear? Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a condition for approval in the draft, in the staff report, which we agree with, which says that on these particular days of high attendance, and they're not 4,000, by the way, but spread out over the day, but on those days, we must engage with and hire the Elgin Police Department to, and I'm going to have to step away from the mic to show you, to give, to direct our traffic down the right in, right out, and allow the residential Oak Ridge preference on either going straight or right in, right out. So the police would function here to force us here, and would, if somebody wanted to go here from the residence, I mean, there'll be, let's say there are 2 or 3 cars and 6 or 7, they'll stop our cars and let these cars go through, or these residents can go up and go out the Galt signalized intersection. That won't be just our volunteers will pretty much stay on site. I mean, they have no authority offset.
So are those volunteers on site then like all the time, or are they just there for those design dates? Because in the packet it said those designated dates, right?
So
And
we're
just-
anticipating problems only, not problems, but traffic only on those designated days. But if it turns out we would have no problem with the council stipulating this, that if it turns out that there's traffic problems more than just on those days, we can hire the Elgin Police Department on more days, or on, you know, I think though what Lynn Mean said, and you know, for those of us that are not traffic professionals, me included, this traffic is spread out. It's not like a movie theater or a Bears game letting out, but we're prepared to have the city zoning administrator instruct us if we need to have more police in attendance. So, yeah.
Follow-up question is, did you all meet with IDOT, the Illinois Department of Transportation, to talk about potentially having another entrance off 20 that goes directly into the development space versus going into a shared space with the subdivision?
So unfortunately, they have limited access onto Route 20, and it's very close proximity to the railroad crossing there, which precludes the ability to have another access. If it was ideal conditions, all that they could have potentially would be a limited access, a right in, right out, just given access requirements. But unfortunately, the current conditions preclude the ability to construct an access in that location.
But did you talk to IDOT to confirm all that, to make sure there isn't something that they might see that you don't see?
I haven't spoken directly with IDOT, but I know other staff members of our team have.
Okay.
Would you like our civil engineer to address that question?
Yeah, if they've spoken to IDOT about potentially having another entrance.
This is Mr. Thakor Patel.
Hi, Thakor Patel from Advantage Consulting Engineers. We did talk to IDOT Jonathan. He's a permit manager up there. Because of Lake Street going over the bridge, it's on an approach, so they won't allow another access. Because grade difference is too much, so.
So IDOT said no? Okay.
Yeah, they says no.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. And something that the community keeps saying is the property values will go potentially down. In the work that you've done and in the feedback that you received in both planning and zoning, has that something that you've looked into to ensure that property values would not go down?
You, Chuck. So I'd like Mr. Hanlon, who's a land use expert, to
Perfect.
answer that. But
Thank you.
In the context that there's industrial zoning there now, so.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I'll qualify, well, this works too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Maybe it works better.
Thank you.
I'm certainly not an appraiser from that perspective, but just from a land use perspective, I don't see why this would bring property values down. I would say, from a land use perspective, if this property is developed industrial, which it's currently zoned for, I would suspect that the property values could go down with industrial development. So I also just want to point out that from a distance standpoint, I don't know if you can bring that last exhibit up. Just the one that,
Which last exhibit?
one that shows the whole site plan, the one that's got
sure.
the more colored site plan. Comments were brought up earlier about views and other things that could be a negative impact. The distance from their subdivision.
Take the mic. Take the mic. Take the mic.
Yeah, just we want to make sure people at home can hear. Thank you.
It's almost from the shikara or the tower, the height, the taller part of the building. And since I guess the bears have come up a few times, it's 580 feet from the center line of that residential roadway to the shikara. You know, that's nearly 2 football fields in length, which is why I'm mentioning the bears again. So almost 2 football fields of length between there, plus trees, buildings, their buildings, our buildings. There would only be obscured, and predominantly maybe in the winter when the leaves are gone. There could be some other views in the summer, but the distance and the view of the Temple of Shikara is not prominent at all. It's really discreet through the trees and over the buildings, and the distance alone at almost 600 feet away. So I just want to mention that since I've got the mic.
No, yeah, that makes sense. And I'll just a couple of quick things I've heard through public comment and other things. Fireworks, I watched the planning and zonings, both of them. People were asking questions about fireworks. They're not doing, well, they can't do fireworks unless they have permission from the city.
Exactly, they don't.
So,
they
like,
don't
just
desire-
want to
Yes, thank you.
I just want to debunk some stuff I heard, or just provide another insight. Is fireworks I've heard come up a bunch of times, economy and stuff like that. Developments like this do bring tourism, and it brings people into the community, so that is something else. So there will be potentially a positive impact maybe for the local economy, but I still have that major concern on the one way in, one way out, to be honest.
Ma'am, no, you can't.
If I could go back to one of your earlier questions
Yeah.
on the parking for the townhomes.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
From that standpoint, from the previous proposal to this proposal, we did widen the roadway
Okay.
to allow for parking on one side of the roadway.
Okay.
Something in this case, we only have townhomes on one side of the roadway and driveway curb cuts on one side of the roadway, which means the entire length will have the parking, parallel parking on the opposite side of the roadway from the buildings and the driveways, which means the entire length of that roadway is open for parallel parking, which typically in a subdivision you have homes on both sides, and it's all chopped up by driveways. Not to mention, I can't imagine it would be necessary, but if somebody had a graduation party or something that, got beyond, they can certainly park in the temple parking lots as well. I can't imagine that'd be necessary with the length of that roadway all being parallel parking.
So it's one side parking?
It's one side
Okay.
parking opposite the homes without any interruption from driveways. So continuous parking all along that roadway.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll yield back. I think I've taken enough time.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Powell?
Thank you to staff, the petitioners, and thank you to all the residents that have come out tonight and have come out in the past for all the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. Those meetings have been long. We've heard a lot of comments. We've gotten numerous emails. I've spoken to residents over the past few months about concerns that have been raised. I personally travel this roadway, at least Route 20, to and from work several times a week, so I know how busy it can be, especially in the evening during the week, trying to get home and trying to get to city council meetings on time. So a number of my questions have been answered or addressed regarding the fireworks that have been were mentioned by some of the folks. That would require a permit from the city, so that is not something that the temple could arbitrarily do. I think we addressed the issue of, I think some folks were concerned about what could potentially happen with the open space. Could the temple or the applicant just arbitrarily build or put something there after you know, if this were approved tonight, I think the answer we heard was no. That would have to come back before the Planning and Zoning Commission and ultimately come back before the City Council, and that's important. A couple questions that I have for staff. There were some questions brought up.
Sorry.
Before you go away. Well, you want your
I was
pointer.
gonna go.
You might need that
Okay.
for my question. My question pertains to some of the sustainability and environmental components of the proposed plan.
Sure.
I know that there's a detention area that's planned. There's some trees that are planning to be removed, but some that are planning to stay for a buffer. Can you kind of walk us through that?
Absolutely. So at the northern end, and remember again, to the right on your image here is north. This is where the proposed stormwater management would go, and the Kane County stormwater regulations would require the wetland plantings, so to provide the natural filtration of stormwater materials coming through, the appropriate release rates, and so again, that's all regulated by the Kane County stormwater regs, and then any sort of tree line that is up against that would be preserved. The area that is made a condition for approval is right along here, right along the single-family homes. There is a stand of trees that are there that one of the recommended conditions requires those to be saved, which is why you see the path along the proposed recreation area and the recreation area kind of have that offset there. There's a stand of trees that would be preserved in there. And then as Mr. Hanlon described earlier, by virtue of having the larger rear yard setbacks for the townhouses, they did that as a way to not provide then a fence, which was one of the original items in the development proposal, a fence that was almost all the way around the entirety of the development. But there is an existing tree line that is along that east property line, and as you know, trees and fences kind of, when you jig and jog, don't necessarily align. And so by providing a greater setback, they've taken the fence out of the proposal, separated the buildings to a greater degree, and then that won't require any removal of those trees along that fence line there.
Providing like a natural fence
Yes,
line
ma'am.
and buffer. Okay, that's helpful. I think a resident brought up some endangered species and wetlands on the site, but I didn't see anything about endangered.
Not aware of anything like
There's
that either.
no endangered bats, raccoons, deer.
Or endangered deer, not to my knowledge.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Oak Ridge subdivision was platted, according to the information that we have, in 2005. I think the only people that may have been on council during that time, perhaps Mayor Captain in 2005. So this was platted prior to any of us being here. So my question to staff is, based on our requirements and regulations right now as they stand, would we build another subdivision similar to the way Oak Ridge subdivision was built, with the one-way in, one-way out situation?
I'm not going to stand here before you and tell you that will never happen, but I can tell you we would make every effort to not lay out a subdivision like this again.
Okay.
It's for this exact same reason that we've talked about, is access. Connecting neighborhood streets to collector streets to arterial streets, and having that connectivity allows traffic to disperse. It creates for a greater network, and a greater network is ultimately safer.
Great. That helps answer a question. I had the question about about the emergency access being able to be accessed, like if there was an accident. It looks like the question or the answer to that was no.
It's the intent that would be limited to emergency vehicles only, because they're the only ones that are going to have keys.
Right. And I think we already answered the question in terms of, was IDOT consulted, and the traffic study, at least it's dated November 10th of 2025, and the improvements are, I saw somewhere in the documents that all of the improvements are still subject to be approved by IDOT.
Correct. To make those improvements at Lambert Lane, they're going to need a permit from IDOT, and so in as much as IDOT blessed the plans that were provided for Thornton's, I would certainly like to think that no positions would change, but they will have to go through the permit process with IDOT. Right. And if I could go back to the question about the emergency access.
Sure.
I'm standing here before you telling you what the intent of that access is. I'm certainly not, however, going to be one that says if the police department says that they have to open that up for some other reason, for some other emergency situation, I'm certainly not going to say that's inappropriate.
That would be a decision made by them at
Yes,
that
ma'am.
time.
They've got the key.
Got it. I think the only other question that I had, or actually probably statement, would be, because I know that some folks had a question about why wouldn't IDOT allow like another access to this property? And this has come up on a lot of different development projects, not just on Route 20, but along Randall Road. And for those of you who are familiar with Sammy's Mexican Grill, one of my favorite places to go, out on Route 20 near, what is that intersection? Nestler, thank you, getting old. But that is a unique access trying to get in and out of that property. And I know people always ask me, well, why was that set up like that? Why couldn't there be a way, if you're heading westbound on 20, for you to just be able to turn left and get into Sammy's Mexican Grill and all of those other restaurants in that strip mall? Kane County is very restrictive on allowing access, and that's not a city determination. That is a Kane County determination. Another great example is Nick's Pizza at the corner of Bose and Randall. Again, a very unique and rather odd configuration, being able to get in and out of that property. They actually take you all the way through that neighborhood, which I live not too far from there. But that is a Kane County decision and determination. So I just want to point out some other situations where it logically would have made sense probably to those of us who live in the area, drive the area, to allow additional access, but it was denied by the county for any number of safety reasons. It's too close to an existing intersection. It's too close to, I think in this case, they had mentioned the railroad, or any number of different reasons why Kane County, who controls the several of these major intersections, including this one, would not allow that access, additional access and egress. I hear the concerns, and I hear the concerns about the traffic. I definitely hear the concerns about the traffic. I want to applaud the applicant for going back after the initial proposal was done and listening to all of the feedback that came from residents, that came from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and making some very substantial modifications to the plan. Personally, I would have loved to have seen the apartment complex stay, only because, well, for a number of reasons, there's a housing shortage in our community and throughout the whole region. We need those units. But I understand that removing that allowed for the use of this property to be a little less intense, which was one of the concerns that came from residents. I'm inclined to vote in favor of moving forward with the application. But I do have some concerns, and I want to see and understand, well, not understand because it's been explained, but I really want to make sure that whatever traffic modifications are going to be made by the applicant. Like in the materials, it says if the gas station comes later, they have to make those modifications, and obviously those are going to be subject to IDOT. I also want the assurance that the Temple property is going to be a good neighbor to the existing homeowners that are here, because we've heard their concerns. They're concerned about traffic and safety primarily. I hear what's being planned in terms of using Elgin Police Department on very busy weekends or a couple of times a year. And I understand that, I think someone said that it's not like a movie theater where everyone gets out at the same time and comes in at the same time. It's more staggered. I've been to Willow Creek Community Church when everyone's getting out and coming in at the same time. It doesn't sound like it's the same situation. I've been at Harvest Bible on Randall Road, and both of those have traffic assistance by Elgin Police Department, and even Councilman Dixon's church at Second Baptist along Summit. Again, another mass exodus and mass entrance at the same time, where we do have public safety officers out there helping to direct traffic. So I think that gives me more assurance around those very busy times. But I want to make sure that IDOT, in their future plans for this area, do a better job around making sure that we improve the safety along Route 20 and managing the traffic along Route 20. Regardless if this gets approved or not, it's needed. So thank you.
Well, let me jump in just 1 second. Mr. Malat, you had a diagram showing the entrance and exit onto Route 20 with a yellow line showing the people going down Hilliard going to the right out only. Correct. And so you redirect people from the subdivision. From the subdivision will go to Lambert.
Correct.
And in the future plans, I use that. I don't know what the future is for IDOT. I don't know what their schedule is, and their schedule changes. Will provide a barrier in the middle of Route 20 all the way to Lambert. So that means that people going eastbound on Route 20 will not be able to turn into that development. They have to go to Lambert. People leaving the temple at the end of service will have to go west on Route 20. So it does change the traffic flow. And I think that one of the things that we hear it all the time, well, why doesn't IDOT fix that? IDOT never fixes a road in an anticipation of a development. I've been doing this for 20 years. We're going through the same struggles out on Route 20 at Providence. That subdivision and that development's been there for well over a decade. And traffic flows there has been bad. I've had discussions with them with acceleration lanes to get people to be able to merge. A couple of issues that always come up, and Mr. Malat, just for a second.
Sure.
Give us 5 or 6 examples of what would be allowed here to be, sir, of types of businesses that would be available to go here under just a general industrial.
Sure, I happen to have that.
And I know warehousing is one of them, and that's a big concern. Warehouses are a concern of mine.
Public utility electric distribution centers, printing establishments, supply centers, research laboratories, office, that's various electronics assembly businesses. And the reason is it's not subject to just entirely to the underlying zoning, but you also have the consent decree coming in, which also specifies those land uses. So it's a light industrial, manufacturing, office types of allowances that could go there as a right.
And they could just come in and say, we want to build that, and there would be no restrictions from Cook County.
Yep.
That all of those offer traffic. The problems with the entrance on Lambert and Hilliard would be the same. I just looking at the schedule for the temple, and there are prayer services. And primarily for the week, there will not be much traffic coming out of the temple. It's going to be on for prayer services. The people that live in the homes that are there are going to be there anyway. They're going to be there every day. And so you're looking at a very, very small window of time that we're going to have traffic control, and that will be up to the obligation of the temple, the city with the police to provide that. And I think IDOT will also take a look at that. When the time comes for the final work to be done on Route 20, they'll take a look at that as well. I live near Randall, and I watch the church out there. I live off Galt Boulevard, and I watch the church, as Ms. Powell pointed out. I have police there, had police there every Sunday to direct traffic. Randall is as bad or worse than Route 20 is there. There were numerous accidents there. They did light controls. Those are things that they can monitor the lights. I think these are issues that can be dealt with. Change is always difficult. We have been looked at a number of places where we've had construction work done. We always talk about construction. You're going to have construction on Route 20 that will last out there for 2 years when that happens, if you're fortunate. And we always have to deal with those kind of things. We deal with that as a city council. We deal with that as human beings to see changes in our neighborhoods. And we try to do the best that we can do. So we modify it. I want to tell you, I'm going to be supportive of this. I'm going to support this. But it's up to the obligation. It's an obligation of the city of Elgin. It's an obligation of IDOT to make sure that we try to mitigate these problems. And we'll do that. And we'll try to do it as best as we can do. And we'll work with, I've seen the proposal from the temple. I think they tried to mitigate when they made some really, really dramatic changes in their original proposal. So I think this is a use that is something special. I think the neighbors would be, I've had developments come in when we put in apartment houses and a large residential, and the noise and the traffic becomes much worse than what this is going to be. So I think that we'll work to do the best we can do to make that this is a transition that is going to be as if it does go from us. And I think that's one thing that we have to work with Mr. Malat, that this will come back to this council. If it goes through through Cook County and is accepted by Cook County as a decision, it will come back to the city council again for final approval. And that is something that we can all talk about this again, and we'll see things, and maybe we'll discover things in between that. But for this is a zoning issue for me. And it's accepting the zoning. It does not give you a final, it doesn't put paint colors on anything. It doesn't put final parking spots into anything. We'll do that when we come back for the second time. So at this point, I'm going to vote in favor of the zoning for this proposal. So, okay. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the community members for coming out on multiple occasions. I was at the original planning and zoning meeting back in late September, early fall, that went into midnight. I also attended the community meeting at the Heritage Ballroom that was given by the applicant. I also took the time to go into your neighborhood. I actually met with your residents. I actually brought my family with me after a Friday evening dinner, and got a tour and was able to stand in the backyards facing where the development was, or is trying to be. So I take this. I don't take this decision lightly. It does affect, and it will affect everyone's way of life in that entire area. And I go up and down 20, probably every other day. I actually go in and out of that neighborhood. I frequent some of those businesses over there. So, so just thank you, and thank you to the applicant too as well, for your patience and also, making some revisions and hearing everything that's being said. So I have a few questions, and I'll just start with you, Mark.
Okay.
Some of these may have been asked, so I hope I'm not being redundant at all,
It's
but
okay.
I'll try not to be. The traffic study that was spoken of, can you confirm the time span in which that was completed?
Yeah, let's have, if I could have
Please, yeah.
Ms. Means come forward and kind of go over that again.
Yeah, based on the materials, I see the year, but I'm just concerned about the time.
Yeah.
So the traffic study was started in 2022. So we first compiled traffic counts at the study area intersections in 2022. And it was not, I'm not sure on the exact date it was submitted to the city for review, but it's gone through multiple iterations with the initial development being analyzed. I believe before it went before the Plan Commission, the date of the study was in March of 2025, and it has been constantly revised based on the development plan and its year of opening and the future year of development. Just as I briefly talked about what we analyzed, we take the existing traffic conditions and then we project out to an anticipated opening year of the development. So we coordinate with the Chicago Metropolitan Agency of Planning to determine what the anticipated growth is on the adjacent roadways during that time frame. So we can account for growth in the area from when you start the traffic counts to when the development opens. And then since it's an IDOT roadway, IDOT requires there to be 5 years beyond the opening year so you can get the full anticipated design of what the traffic would look like after the project has been opened for 5 years. So we looked at 10 years beyond that opening year. So yes, the traffic counts were done in 2022 that we based then our future year projections on. But as I mentioned, we considered a general background growth rate, which considers growth within that study area, so it counts non-specific development growth. Then we coordinated with the city to account for what specific development traffic beyond the general area. So we knew that the Thorntons may come in, and so we included traffic specific from them. As well as the car wash was under construction. So again, we included traffic specific to that. I don't know if that addresses your question, but we also then compared, why wasn't an additional, count done? Obviously, it was, an iterative process when we first started the project. Going back and adjusting the development plan, and it's not uncommon for the traffic counts to not occur in the same year as your development. That's why you project out to the future. To look to see, the validity of those counts, I compared the counts that we conducted to traffic counts that were done historically before COVID conditions in 2019. I compared them to traffic counts that were done after in 2023, and our 2022 volumes were higher. Why wouldn't I wouldn't suggest counting even right now, because I would need to, from my perspective, go and make adjustments because of the current road construction along US Route 20. That during a time frame has impacted typical traffic operations. I know residents had talked about folks seeking alternative routes due to construction patterns. That happens. So I would honestly, if I counted right now, I'd probably look at the 2022 volumes and make adjustments. My company did a project further west of here, west of Randall Road on Route 20. where we did count in 2024, just for a frame of reference. Comparing that 2024 volumes to 2023 IDOT numbers, the 2024 volumes were actually about 0.5% lower, just from a perspective. So as a professional, I have confidence that the volumes and the projections that we've used in our analysis are appropriate.
Okay, and the reason why, one of the reasons why I asked that question, because there was some misunderstanding about when the actual study took place, and if it accounted for the new construction that eventually
Yes.
ensued. And so the short answer on that is that
The
yes,
short
it did.
answer, yeah, I know I gave a lot more details, but yes, the traffic study that was done for Thornton's, we had a copy of that and included their traffic volumes specifically for that, as well as I mentioned, the car wash, and then general growth within the area.
Okay. And Mark, do you have a timeline? And I know this is a shot in the dark almost, but do you have a timeline of when IDOT's, the plans of reconfiguring and making some changes, upgrades, et cetera, is going to occur?
I can tell you that the study, the imagery that I showed you for the study, that is part of their phase 1 engineering. And they were intended to wrap that up late 2025. That's the best I know. But then you go into land acquisition, property acquisition, easement acquisition, securing the rights for any necessary land, design construction, funding allocations, Councilman, with reasonably, it could be 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ms. Means, maybe
Yeah, if I can
please.
just add, while we don't have a definitive date, as those items are still in progress, IDOT has a highway improvement project, and they allocate funds and scheduling of certain projects during certain timeframes. That project and its improvements were part of the 5-year 2025 to 2030 improvement projects. Could it stretch longer? Could it be done sooner? That's obviously, but it is a project that's currently slated within a 5-year design period.
Yeah, but it's a state, so.
It's a state, right.
It could be 10 years from
Exactly.
now, 20
And that,
years from now.
and as noted, the improvements that Thornton had committed to, that this development, has also indicated that they're committed to, while IDOT may do them, if some other gas station come in and may do ones at Lambert, otherwise this development would need to do them, that it's important for those improvements to come in, and they are committed to as part of this development project.
Okay. And my next set of questions is for Mr. Bezos. Mr. Bezos, thank you for being here this evening again. At the beginning, in your open, you kind of went down, you gave a very quick overview. You didn't go into any great detail about the changes that were made after the first Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Can you give a little bit more of a detailed history of what those exact changes were?
Yes, I can, and if I miss anything, development team, let me know. I'm going to...
Mr. Bezos, the image is behind you as well, too, if you want to use your walking microphone and point to things.
Okay, so from a kind of a macro perspective, this 31,000 square foot temple, cultural, and inside recreation center building was reduced down to 86,000. This 81 unit 4-story condominium building was completely eliminated and replaced with the green space. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 townhome buildings reduced down to 5. The tree cops here is preserved here. What else?
Just going back to the setback that we had at 40 feet. Again, the neighbors are 40 feet minimum. We had 40 feet. We increased ours to 50 feet for a couple reasons. By eliminating, the other thing that's connected is a huge elimination of a larger field of parking, coincides with the reduction, obviously, of the Temple complex, as well as the elimination of the 81 units. And this field in particular and that building is completely almost turned into all green space now when this was all pulled out. But that reduction also allowed us to move this road a little bit further away, which helped us get to a larger setback in the rear yard to 50 feet. We also widened that road. It was not previously wide enough for the parking on one side opposite the driveways, but now it has been made wider. So as I mentioned earlier, the entire stretch of roadway is available for parallel parking. So it increased open space overall, created a larger townhome existing to proposed townhome rear yard combined setback of a minimum of 80 feet from where it would have been. A lot for more parking, a lot for more green space. So just, I think in a nutshell, that's the changes.
1,284 parking spaces, Councilman Dixon on the lower plan. 536, which is 58% reduction. The Shikara, which is the Hindu name for the steeple, 125 feet in the first plan to 90, a 38% reduction. Yeah, I think we've hit them.
Okay, and since the last Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, have there been any other additional changes?
No, there have been no additional changes, just clarifications and discussions with staff that may have gone into their conditions for approval that we're absolutely willing to and will hire Elgin PD to direct traffic. I can't think of anything else. Mark, can you?
No, we talked about the improvements at Lambert Lane. We talked about the traffic management plan. Those are the big operational conditions recommended in the ordinance.
Okay, and that green space, is that designed to be accessible to the neighborhood?
No, so it's a Hindu PUD park, and it will be available for the the townhome residents and the Hindu temple participants. By the way, nobody's asked, but these townhomes will be offered for sale to anybody. I guess tradition shows that where there are homes close to temples, most of them are often purchased by participants of that temple, but there's no requirement of that, and nobody will be turned away.
Okay. Those are my questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Steffen?
Yeah, I want to jump in. I was letting other people go, and I hope all or most of my questions were answered. I also want to thank everybody, the team, the development team, Mark and his staff, all the people from the residences that came out and went to other meetings. It was a long weekend of digging through the 530 plus pages in the memo and all of the emails that came since this package came out, including this week. I just want to touch a couple things because I think clearly from the comments and the questions and the explanations, traffic seems to be the most important thing here. I want to make sure I've got this right, and I think, Mark, you and I have had this discussion, but I heard it tonight as well. There are improvements that Thornton's was going to make to the intersection of Lambert and some of the other Route 22. And those are not, if Thornton's doesn't go, those are going to be required. That's a condition in this proposal that the temple is going to have to perform those or make those improvements to Lambert and Route 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because I think that was something that I wrote down and noted, not only from Oak Ridge residents, but Castle Creek across 20, and then the subdivision south of that down Spalding Drive. It seems that intersection really needs some improvements, and that's what is going to be required of this proposal if it gets approved. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think one of the things that I saw in there that really caught my eye, and it's what would you call it, a term of art, they're going to increase the lane storage in the left turn lanes so that there's more space for cars.
To get out of the travel lanes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right.
Stacking space.
I heard the mayor talk about IDOT and how they never move. I'm going to date myself, but the entire of Route 20, the bypass, even through Elgin, never had a median until a classmate of mine was killed on Route 20 by a driver that crossed the center line. He was at Illinois Park School when I was there, Mark Siaco, so I guess I'd call it the Mark Siaco median. But that was, IDOT moved at that time relatively quickly and put that median in the entire stretch of bypass 20 from Villa Street to some point west of McLean Boulevard where it separates into with a median in the middle, the grass median. Because I point that out because that's what caught my eye in the memo, and I think you've been asked this question. IDOT is supposed to put a median in the rest of Route 20 through this section, particularly at Hillard, because currently it has a right out, right in only, I call it the kidney, the island that forces people, you can't go, but the median would eliminate that. Anybody who thinks that they could try to, overcome those directions and try to turn left out of Hillard or turn left off of 20 into Hillard if they're going eastbound. So
Yes, sir.
that would be important in my mind to have that happen. And I think all of my questions have been answered. I appreciate, the thing that struck me in reading this memo and reading all the materials and all the comments is how this project was really, the intensity was lowered. It was, as has just been described by their council and their engineer, condo buildings were eliminated, the whole building of the townhouses was eliminated, the street was widened, green space was brought in, the fences removed. I think I had that wrong when I read through the first time. The fence is not going all the way around, it's just going to be on the railroad side. So I appreciate that. So I guess I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to make sure that those things that I had heard and had read were actually going to happen, particularly with the intersection at Lambert, because that seems to be a huge concern of the residents on both sides of Route 20 trying to use that intersection. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Good.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't really have any questions. I'll just provide some comments since I think, am I the only one that hasn't spoke yet? Okay, so there's just a couple of us. First, I guess compliments to everybody involved in this. If you're into civics, it's been interesting. From planning and zoning to the consent decree, to the organizing of the community, to the work that city staff has done. We encourage staff to be creative and find a way to do infill, which this is infill. So just across the board, it's been really impressive. To date, I don't believe I've ever not taken guidance from planning and zoning. I understand there's a lot of dynamics at play in those meetings as they are here. But when I was reviewing this, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of somebody who bought a property here in like 2017. Because it's the 2018 plan's always being cited. The consent decree was challenged in court in 1999 and it lost. And so then the group purchases the property, and as it stands, the strategy that's being taken is, they're bringing it to council to see if they can get a affirmative vote, then bring it to Cook County, which could happen in a few years, and then ultimately come back here. And I guess that's one point I would like to call out is I think it's been said that, for the original plan, the 4-story building, like that couldn't happen. Like that, I just wanted to clarify that could happen. Because if this is being brought to council tonight, and if it's voted for in the affirmative, this is going forward to Cook County. The Cook County could approve it, and then they could come back, and it could happen again. So there could be a 4-story building here with that green patch being developed. So I just want to say that's down the road. But all of those things are theoretically possible, and we did just highlight that if we were to design this subdivision or design a subdivision, there's things that we would do differently with this design. And so for me, somebody who, I've grown up around here, similar experiences that people have shared here and in the community, it's a nightmare, right? Like that part is just brutal. So with everything that's being said about traffic, I don't know if I've heard enough tonight to skew me away from my, I guess, historic pattern of not voting in the affirmative of planning and zoning. It sounds like a lot of my colleagues have thought this through deeply and have made their positions, I think, known. Again, I just wanted to, I know I'm kind of like burying the lead here, but I just wanted to say thanks for everybody who contributed, because it is impressive the way you've conducted yourself at the original plan, bringing it back, staff, so I'll leave my comments there.
Okay. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to go ahead and thank everybody. It's after 10 o'clock and you're still here. There's 5 of us that started at 4:30 with the Liquor Commission meeting, but I love the fact on how involved you are. I'm similarly involved in my 11, almost 12 years that I've been on the council. I have attended about 120 P&Z meetings. And I do that purposely because I want to sit over there and see your reaction as the petitioners. Because even though they go ahead and they record them, we never see that part. We only see this part over here. And I think out of all these meetings, there's been 3 times that I can remember where the Planning and Zoning Commission went ahead and went one way and then we went another, But just for perspective, there's a lot of things that were covered. I appreciate that. This land that we're talking about is 34 acres.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the first houses that were built in the Oak Ridge subdivision, they started in 2005.
That's my understanding. Mm-hmm.
So on the west side, was there also initially going to be more homes there, or not really?
I've seen concept plans, but I can't find any formal petition that was ever submitted to the Plan Commission at the time. It was kicked around, but nothing ever formalized.
Okay. And initially, the 2,3,100 square feet, that was reduced, we've already said, to 86 square feet?
86,000 square feet.
86,000, okay. It sounds like all the concerns in the meetings prior to this, in the planning and zoning, the developer and their team really listened because they made a lot of changes. And I know people don't like changes, especially in their subdivision, I get it. But when we're talking about I-90 and Route 20, in my lifetime, I've seen more changes on Randall Road than I have on I-90 and 20. I'm not saying there isn't any changes, but there's been more. And I get it because the difference is that I-90 and 20 are owned by the state, and that's been discussed on how slow they are. And Randall Road, there's been a lot of changes because that's owned by the county. And the changes have been made because there's more people, obviously. Let me see. I see that you listened by making Galt Boulevard a wider street, right? And if you look at that street, it's really going to be used more by the developer, the temple more so than the subdivision. Okay. The police, we've already discussed that if the police is hired, it's paid for by the temple. Let me see. Another thing I'd like to point out, there was one time where the planning and zoning went ahead because honestly, the biggest problem that we're always talking about is traffic. When planning and zoning went ahead and okayed a car wash on the corner of Lillian and McLean Boulevard, the northeast corner. Okay. After a couple of weeks of being open, it was a total nightmare. There was a line on North and South McLean. There was a line on Lillian. And I was like, how could we be so off? That was really like, how could that happen? Because you just can't undo it. Thank God what happened was the car wash had free car washes.
Yes, they did.
And that's why everybody was going to take advantage of that.
Yes, they did.
And Normie, you always get it right. I mean, we've been lucky. I know staff, you've been great about it. This is going to be really hard for me to not go with your recommendation. I know some people are not going to be happy, but I think we have to do what's right. So those are my comments. I just wanted to point those few things out. And that's really about it. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody's had a chance? Okay.
Yes.
Just two quick questions. I just want to follow up on something that was said during public comment. Mr. Rico Patel mentioned a shuttle service during his public comment. And so I wanted to get clarification on what you meant by shuttle service, or if anyone from the temple could clarify what it means with the shuttle service, or if that was something that was not accurate from public comment.
Can I address that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Ms. Alfaro, the shuttle service was discussed in the context of the bigger project in the event that the traffic was, this was our first public hearing and everybody was saying it's going to be overwhelming and it's true that a shuttle service could be arranged for, but that was back when we had 1,200 plus parking spaces and a much larger expected Hindu New Year attendance. And even then, we didn't know if we would need it. We simply said we'd do it if we have to. That stands. We'll do it if we have to. We don't think we'll have to at all.
Where would you do the shuttle service
It
from?
would have to be arranged from some corporate facility somewhere
To
up or
come in.
down Route 20.
But it's not in the plan for now?
It's not.
Okay. And then I had a question on regards to why this space? When the entity was purchasing the property, did they look into zoning? And were they aware that this wasn't zoned for the temple? And then did they reach out to the city right away to have discussions?
We were aware that it wasn't zoned properly. We were also aware, though, that the city's comprehensive plan doesn't support what it currently is zoned, which is GI. So we were optimistic that we could come up with a plan, in this case a transitional land use plan, with industrial, that's west on the top, to an institutional use close to the railroad tracks, and then townhomes to townhomes on the east. So, by the way, and I just think that you might find this interesting.
Please take the mic so those at home can hear you. Thank you.
The gentleman that sold us this land, I mean, his entity, named Jack Sorensen of U.S. Shelter, he bought it from the people, well, there may have been intervening people. Back in 1967, there was supposed to be gravel mining occurring here, and that's when the Sherwood Oaks residents went to court and got protection in the consent decree. And that consent decree still stands there today, but it's been amended more than a couple of times. And in fact, Mr. Sorensen had the consent decree amended so that he could plat and develop Oak Ridge. So I just thought you might find that interesting. It's, but as to your zoning point, I mean, this seems to be a site ripe for a change of zoning.
I'll just say, like, I'm still very concerned with the one entrance. I know some of my colleagues have mentioned that, they want some certain things in place to make sure that the traffic is, I live in the east side. I avoid 20 as much as I can, because the traffic is really bad over there. And so with the one-way entrance in and out, I'm super concerned. If that wasn't the case, I would, I don't know.
But
Thank you for answering
okay.
all my questions today.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I have a motion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro,
No.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
No.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
No.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion is approved 6-3. Okay. Brings us to item 2. Is a resolution authorizing execution of a local public agency engineering services agreement with Hampton, Lenzini, and Renwick for construction engineering services in connection with the Kimball Street traffic signal interconnection.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro.
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro.
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz, Powell,
Yes.
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Miscellaneous.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro.
I'm sorry, what are we voting on? My apologies.
Miscellaneous business.
Oh, miscellaneous, yeah, that was fine, yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Announcements. The next committee of the whole meeting will be Wednesday, January 28th, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the City Council chambers. The next regular meeting of the Elgin City Council will be Wednesday, January 28th, 2026 at 7 in the City Council chambers. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro.
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, we are adjourned. A motion to reconvene committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reconvene. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro.
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Ortiz,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Steffen,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, we're back in session. Mr. Manager, I believe we're on item E.
I agree. This is a site remediation program services for the city-owned property at 96 through 122 South Grove Avenue. The city owns this property, commonly known as the Crocker Theater site. It was formerly occupied by the Crocker Theater and a coin shop. The buildings have since been demolished, and the site is currently improved with a parking lot and that is being used for municipal parking. City Council approved an agreement with Ramble America's Engineering Solutions in April 2024, providing for environmental services related to the site remediation. Ramble conducted additional remediation in 2024, but the IEPA disapproved of the supplemental site investigation remediation objectives report due to the lack of recent soil samples. This proposed change order includes tasks such as preparing Phase 1 environmental site assessment, developing a work plan to collect soil samples, and further environmental investigations and reporting to the IEPA to advance towards attaining a no further remediation letter.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Mr. Steffen?
So I just want to make sure I got this clear. We just kind of let this go too long. Now we got to get an update.
No.
No? Okay.
That's right. We got a notice in 2023 that the property was going to be removed from the program from the IEPA. So at that point, we entered in this new agreement to resubmit and try to get the no further remediation letter. When our consultant submitted the report, the IEPA unfortunately determined that our soil samples were not recent enough, even though soil samples technically shouldn't change over time when there's really been nothing done at the property. They're making us resubmit, so we're going to do some additional samples, and we'll have to then take any further actions necessary to get the no further remediation. But the first step is to do this further investigation.
Got it, thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0.
Items F and G are related matters relating to bulk road salt. The first item is a purchase agreement with Morton Salt Incorporated and Compass Minerals for road salt for the 2025 through 26 season. City Council in January of 2025 approved participating in the state of Illinois' annual bulk road salt purchase program. In early November, the state notified the city of the bid results for that season. Elgin's salt allocation is split between these two vendors, Morton Salt and Compass Minerals. The city may increase or decrease its order with each vendor to between 80 and 120% of the requested amount, depending on its actual needs this year.
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
All right, is that move for both items then?
It is.
Okay.
Any questions? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item G is a purchase commitment with the state of Illinois for bulk road salt in the 2026 through 27 winter season. The city uses the State of Illinois Department of Central Management Services joint purchasing program to buy its road salt. CMS every spring requires government agencies to commit to purchasing a quantity of bulk road salt for the next coming winter season. Approving this commitment authorizes the city's participation in the bidding for large statewide supply. Committing to this program will generate the city's annual per ton pricing during the latter portion of 2026, at which time staff will present a final agreement for salt purchasing approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Didn't we just vote on that?
No, we just voted on.
Yeah, but when I asked, you said that both motions were together.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Both
Oh,
motions
okay.
for both vendors and the
Okay.
salt. I
Okay,
apologize.
so we did vote for them separately. Okay,
Yes.
then this is yes.
I'm sorry.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
See.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item H is a fire department administrative vehicle purchase. This is seeking authorization to purchase a Ford Explorer by a chief officer in the fire department. This is a non-police interceptor vehicle. It's an Explorer that any one of us could purchase off the lot. In this instance, we're hoping to purchase from Elgin-based Ford dealer, Ron Hopkins Ford.
Move approval. Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? It's nice to see a car ball with a local guy. Clerk,
We've been
please call
doing
the
that.
roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item I is a software purchase agreement with Magnet Forensics LLC for the GrayKey mobile forensic access software. This is an annual renewal by the police department. GrayKey is a state-of-the-art tool that extracts encrypted or inaccessible data from mobile devices running either the Apple iOS or the Android operating systems. Police department has been using this software since 2017 and is seeking to continue using this important and crucial forensic tool. Using GrayKey, importantly, is predicated on legal authority granted by a search warrant or the owner's consent.
Move for approval?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item J is an initiative requested by Councilmember Alfaro with Councilmember Steffen as her second. They are both requesting this agenda item to discuss the comments and information conveyed during the city's community forum on immigration enforcement conducted on January 7th at the Heritage Ballroom in the Edward Schock Center of Elgin.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Alfaro.
Yeah. So thank you all very much. I know it's super late, but we wanted to make sure, Councilmember Steffen and I, that we're following through with the community. We heard what the community has said. Not everyone got to speak at that community forum, so we wanted to give an opportunity for our council members to speak, but also like we could start strategizing on some of the items that they talked about. Like one of the things I'm thinking about, and I would wait to hear everyone, but I know we're short on time, so I'll just get to the point, is could we do a report every other month and have a discussion for the community? How many ICE calls have we received? How many did we address? Are we being currently sued or not? Which currently we are not being sued for anything regarding immigration law enforcement. And any other things to help with that communication that the community was saying they want us to say more. And so maybe there is some things that we could do in having this report that's done every other month that we go over just to be transparent to the community of like, yes, this is what's happening in our community. Yes, this is how we're addressing everything. So that's just one idea I had to address some of the things that was stated at the community forum. And then I'll hand it over to Councilmember Steffen.
Well, so much for picking a January council meeting due to the lack of any business going on.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, I thought that would actually be a good idea, but, so here we are after 10. I don't want to belittle this, so I will do what Deanna did and just go right into some ideas that I had and also have had given to me, and I've actually shared one of these with the chief, and that is setting up a medical station more than just having first responders show up and check to make sure everybody is okay. But then that's with a big caveat, and I think the chief and I have talked about this. ICE is declared, and I've heard it conveyed in rapid response Zoom meetings, that they intend to be in and out of any incident that they're involved in within 4 minutes or less. So this is not something that can apply to most, if not any, incidences that they're going to be involved in. We just happened to have one that had a standoff on Maple Lane that lasted long enough where maybe a medical first aid station could have been set up. So that's an idea I've had given to me and I've passed on. Two others that I am going to throw out there, and these are just ideas. Actually, I think there's a fourth one that I've come up this week. And I'm glad, Jamie, you're here. I saw you walk in. Thank you for being here, because otherwise this would get to you secondhand. We've had shown us that the federal government's not going to cooperate in local investigations, as they have demonstrated in Minneapolis, and not only not cooperate, but actually try to shut them down. So what can we do, meaning mostly the police department, for the city of Elgin, to make sure that our information, the facts that we gather, the investigations we do can go forward regardless of what the federal government's going to do, which apparently is to try to thwart and impede and not investigate instances. The other idea, and this is unfortunate, but I think it was made clear by the comments at our community conversation a week ago, there were people who said that they've repeatedly challenged us in the city, and unfortunately that falls on Chief Lally as the police department face. What are we going to do if somebody gets killed or seriously injured? And that was all hypothetical until the incident in Minneapolis. So that's a question I would pose to everybody. What plan do we have if and when that happens? Because I think we have to be ready for that. The last thing that that came up, just because I think it came out yesterday, the day before, is the state of Illinois, and I believe the city has joined them, the city of Chicago, not the city of Elgin, is suing the federal government for violations of people's rights. And I noticed in the complaint that I reviewed that several of the instances that are the basis for that lawsuit are things that happen in Elgin. So I have asked to see what it would take, what it would cost us in resources and staff time and other things to actually join that lawsuit as the city. So those are some ideas that I have. And I'm just, because of the time, I wanted to talk about December 6th because I was there, what I observed, the lack of professionalism, and I would say that in contrast to our department because it was so blatant to me, as I consider myself a layperson despite having done some ride-alongs and some training that the police has provided me. But I was just shocked at the lack of professionalism by ICE officers when I went out and visited. So I'll stop there. I wanted to second this motion to have more of a conversation. I will respond to Deanna's suggestion that I think we do need updates. I think the banning of ICE from public facilities, part of that ordinance was a 6-month review, but I think you may be more onto something that I would support as a more frequent update on what's going on. Just one more comment, because I thought of it and I didn't want to let it go. There's been some positions taken that I can't agree with personally, and one is that we should not actively resist, actively respond to what we are seeing. I think the cost of being silent in this instance is way higher and way worse than the cost of putting up some sort of a resistance or some sort of response to what we're seeing. The other thing is some community members at the conversation a week ago, to try to summarize their position at the risk of maybe oversimplifying it, they were basically saying that 2 wrongs make a right, that their people were subject to injustice and cruelty by the government for centuries, and even treated as property, sold and bred like livestock. And now that a different segment of the community is feeling that, they were fine with letting ICE do that. I certainly cannot support that and would never support that. That is exactly the response I think the federal government wants. They want people, if you're not subject to them right now, they want you to look the other way. I think it's borne out that that is the wrong position, first of all, by the recent actions in picking on the Somali population in Minnesota and using that to smear the black population generally. And then it's just come out in the last day or two that they are arresting Native Americans in Minneapolis because they happen to look Hispanic. So apparently this idea that what you look like is a valid basis for arresting you, detaining you, disappearing you, whatever they're doing, certainly shows that they're not picking on any one specific group and they're willing to keep going. So I just wanted to throw those out too because I thought of them. So I'll shut up and let other people talk.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Mr. Thorne.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, last week at the forum, gentlemen stood up in the audience and said, "We want the chief to talk. Please please relinquish your time, other council members. We all agreed to that. Then I found out later that some other people in the audience had expressed disappointment in the fact that some of us didn't speak. We didn't say anything. And whether we had anything to say or not, we're representatives. I'd just like to compliment our police chief and our police department for doing the job that they are doing and the way they're doing it. I think we're very fortunate to have Anna Lally as our chief. There's a reason why Elgin's crime rate is at an all-time low. We have great leadership there. But for some of the comments that were made that night that seemed negative towards our police department, I think that's unfair. Don't get me wrong, I think this ICE is terrible. But there's contradictory statements that seem to be made, and people don't know what they want, but they want something done. You know, I put it in the hands of Anna for knowing what to do and how to do it, when to do it, and what not to do. So my compliments to you, Chief, for how you're handling everything. There's a reason why she is chief. We all believe in her. And I certainly do. That's my statement for this evening.
Anybody else? Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mayor. So for those who are watching, and for those who are still in the audience, in the last month or so, we had, we've been having ongoing conversations. One of our council meetings had folks show up that were very passionate and essentially shut the council meeting down. This has happened in other communities. I've talked to other elected officials in other communities, and they're struggling to figure out how to handle these interactions. And so as we're all navigating this, I don't have the best answer to it. I don't know if we're as timely as we could or should be, but I do want to say, hats off to everybody who showed up at that community forum, to where people could vent and they could, to their heart's content, communicate in however they felt. And I know staff, I believe, stayed even longer than we stayed, so I appreciate that. And so I just want to say again, it's not that this is a civics lesson, but for meetings like this, we have so many things going on that we obviously have public comment, but staff reacted, council reacted to provide an additional space to have these conversations. And so it's ongoing. I don't want to sit up here and necessarily try to formulate anything. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's here tonight. Thank you to everybody who showed up at the community forum, everybody who's supporting anybody in any way that they can. And so I know for myself, and I can guess a lot of people up here, lots of sleepless nights trying to figure out how we can make an impact, whether it's here locally, as my colleague just mentioned, the state is taking action. I read reports this week of different tactics that they're using, and so beyond know your rights is kind of knowing, what you're carrying around in your pocket. That's being used not just for geolocation, but data brokers. There's no laws around that except for in the state of Montana, and so that's something that I'm personally looking to pursue. There's some legislation at the State House right now, but it looks like it's stalled. But we're trying to scratch at everything that we can to see what we can do to make an impact. So I guess, yeah, that's going to be my comment for right now.
Okay. Anything else? Ms. Powell.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying I really appreciate all the folks that came out and literally bore their soul to us last week. Their fear, their disappointment, their frustration, their anger, people that were there that were subject to pepper spray. It was heartbreaking. That should have never happened. And it's so frustrating to be in this situation and not being able to do more to have been able to, prevent that from happening, but to also protect people. but I'm interested and, well, more than interested, I want us to be able to protect people and to do more. I support Chief Lally and King County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser. Thanks for hanging out with us this late tonight, both of you, all of you that are here, in terms of looking at proposing changes to the Illinois Trust Act that will help us do that better. So I definitely support that. My colleague, Councilman Steffen, mentioned the possibility of us joining in the lawsuit that the state of Illinois is currently suing the Department of Homeland Security. I would definitely be interested in looking at doing that because the use of excessive force, lack of due process, and just overall unhumane treatment of people by ICE officers, not only in Elgin, but what we've seen happen across the country is abhorrent and unacceptable. And something has to be done. I think the cognitive dissonance of what we're seeing right now is that we at the local level are trying really hard to follow the law, but our federal government is breaking it at every single turn. So just try to understand that. That's hard. It's maddening, and honestly, I think it's being done on purpose to try to goat people into becoming violent, and I hope that doesn't happen. But at some point, people are going to be fed up enough that they're going to take action that is going to make the situation worse. But I understand. I hope it doesn't get to that point. I've been at just about every protest. I was at the protest this weekend. I went to the prayer vigil last Sunday because I do believe in prayer. I'll piggyback on something that one of my other colleagues said. You know, I know that there's some folks that feel like maybe we should do less because the more we do, the more we invite or encourage ICE to come into our communities. Maybe we should just be silent. That's not an option. That's not an option for me personally, just knowing who I am, and I think anyone who knows me knows that. But I'll just pose this to folks, people in our community, people on this dais. Where would we be as a country if Martin Luther King Jr. were silent? Where would we be as a community? Or I'll say, me as a person of African American descent, where would my family, my ancestors be if Harriet Tubman were silent? Where would the Latino community be if Cesar Chavez were silent? If Dolores Huerta, who came to Elgin a few years ago and was probably one of the most dynamic speakers I have ever seen in this community, where would we be if all of those leaders that I just mentioned were silent? I want to be on the right side of history. I hope that the rest of my colleagues want to be on the right side of history. Our community is demanding that we be on the right side of history, and I'm committed to doing that. That said, a couple of things I would like for us to potentially pursue, and some of this appears to already be going in that direction in terms of getting maybe some weekly reporting. I know that there's been some things that EPD is starting to put on the transparency portal. Definitely appreciate that. I would like to maybe see us do some weekly reporting on ICE activity and where some things stand on a weekly basis on the portal. I would also be interested in understanding, because I'm not clear on this myself, at what point could or would our police department intervene. I think we need some clear understanding of that, especially in light of what happened in Minnesota. And as brought up during the session that we had last week with the public, what is our plan if someone is killed in our community? I don't think we can just assume and pray and hope that that doesn't happen, because it very well could. So what is our plan? I'm also quite honestly interested in seeing some more oversight, verification, and documentation taking place by the police department at these incidents where ICE is present in our community, using body cameras, using command staff being there, taking, getting body cam footage and documentation that can be used later on to report to the Accountability Commission or whatever body is in place for us to be able to pursue action after the fact, unfortunately, because that's the only thing right now that seems to be an option for us, unfortunately. And I know that's not what people want to hear. And if that's wrong, I want to know. I want to find out if it's wrong. Because if there is more that we can be doing, I am definitely interested in us doing it. But I am interested in having some more on-site presence during the entire incident and verification of who's there, marked uniforms, vehicles, identification of officers who's there, because I've consistently said we don't always know if these are actual ICE officers. So those are some of the things that I'm interested in seeing, and definitely interested in hearing from the rest of my colleagues about what they would be interested in having us pursue as well. Thank you.
One thing I've been saying from the beginning when this first started is that we'll follow the law. And the law of the state of Illinois dictates the direction that we take, and federal law. What the federal government does and what the ICE officers do is beyond my control and your control. If they violate the law, that's what happens. But I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing to follow the law. We have people that their job is to enforce the law, as I've talked to Chief Lally about. That's her job. She enforces the law. We, in a limited capacity, can make some ordinances and make some laws. Ms. Masser interprets the law and tells us what's legal and what's not. So I think that's the point we're at. You know, you're asking some things here that are pushing the Trust Act, and that's where we always end up, is back to what does the Trust Act say? And there's some gray areas there. I was at a legislative breakfast with Metro West and talked to some state legislators about this and said there's some discussion amongst police chiefs and Ms. Masser about doing something to modify what the Trust Act does, to maybe give more flexibility. But that's usually one of the things that you try to find out, is if this is not working for you, well, how can you make it better? And I think that's the next step, is that where we go, let's try to fix this so that things can happen. But right now, the police are following what the law says, but we're very specific about it, and we're stuck within those confines. It becomes difficult for us as a city to do that. It's frustrating for everybody. I've said that I don't know how many times. And all we can do is keep saying that and hope people start to listen. Say, where are you at? What can you do? And we can only reiterate the same position. The best thing to do is have the same position and everybody say the same thing, so people finally get the message from us. If we start talking disjointedly and, well, we can do this, or let's try this, sometimes you can't do that, and all you're doing is making it worse. All we do is make it worse. So I think that's something as a council we should be concerned about, is finding a direction. And I think that we've taken that. We've taken that course up to this point. what's going to happen. I can't say if someone's killed in Elgin in one of these. I've been following, just like everybody else, what's going on in Minneapolis. I don't know if they know what they're doing. I don't know if we do any different. And then when you find out that typically when we have an incident like this in Elgin with a shooting like that, we have state police come in, we have other authorities come in to help us do those investigations. It gets beyond us and our capabilities pretty quickly to do that. So we have to get some outside help. That would probably be one place we'd go pretty quickly. But Ms. Mosser's here. If she's got a comment, can talk about where the chief is here, where the Trust Act takes us. What's the comment about the police being at the site? I see it as everybody else does. Do they? We have that authority. Can they observe these things without violating the Trust Act? Can they intervene? Those are questions for you.
Sure, and thank you for having me. It's been a whole week since I've been here talking
Thank
about
you for being
immigration with
here.
all of you.
A whole week.
So when you look at the Trust Act itself, it never envisioned what we're going through now, and I think that's the biggest problem. There's this, it puts in very clear rules for what the police cannot do. And then it does have some rules for what they can do only when presented with this federal criminal warrant, and that's when they can assist. It has then this subsection that says that nothing within that act is to prevent local law enforcement from being able to work with federal authorities when they're doing criminal investigations or for matters of public safety. And that's where this is, in my opinion, being misinterpreted. The whole legislative intent behind that was to make sure that local law enforcement can still work with the federal agency. For example, when we have human trafficking investigations. Oftentimes our local police will ask HSI or Homeland Security to come in to work these investigations with us because they're much more complicated than a regular criminal investigation. That was the purpose. The purpose was to make sure we can still do the investigations that we've done. So then you go to the second portion of what is public safety. When can they come in and help? Again, the legislative intent behind that was if we had a big situation such as a riot that happened and both federal authorities and local authorities were here to try to maintain public safety, that was the intent behind it. I don't think anybody who wrote the Trust Act thought to themselves that they were going to have an administration that went this aggressive in terms of immigration enforcement to the point where it appears that they're overstepping the bounds of what they're supposed to do. So what does that mean now? If a police department or police officer were called out to a scene where there is in fact protesters and ICE enforcing whatever they're enforcing, they can be there. Nothing in the Trust Act prevents them from being there. The problem is no one can account for what situations are going to happen. You don't know what an ICE agent is going to do. Are they going to order the police officers to leave the area, to get out of a certain way? Are they going to see things that are happening? What puts that officer in a trick bag? And that's the thing that I have been advising legally to the sheriff's office. And I come here to relate that because it's going to be the same thing for law enforcement anywhere they go. And you have to be careful about that because you're putting them there or asking them to be there potentially as documenters. That's not what their job is. What happens when an issue happens somewhere else and they get called away for it? There's all these different things that put these officers in this situation because this Trust Act didn't envision what was going to happen, and those are the changes that we need to make. As I said before, at the request of your chief, I am working on writing that would allow for them to be able to be there, especially to put up a perimeter. If anyone has been at these protest sites, you are going to see that there's all the individuals there who are lawfully protesting, and somehow the ICE agents are walking amidst all of these individuals. That is not proper law enforcement, and you don't see that when Elgin goes out to deal with situations because they make sure that anything that they're doing is secure for the protection of everybody, the people who are there as well as themselves. And so that's the problem that we have. We have all these individuals coming in not doing what lawfully we've seen in proper law enforcement. And so that's one of the things that we're going to request a change about it. We're also going to request that they be allowed to do traffic enforcement or details to make sure that we're diverting people from this to not make the situation any more volatile than it already is. Those are clear things that are put into a statute that gives clear direction to law enforcement officers of what they can do. When it is silent about what it means for public safety, then you're putting them in the position of setting the officers up. Are they there, and then ICE somehow thinks that they're obstructing the investigation, and then they're arresting officers? Or on the converse side to that, are they there and somehow somebody sees that and believes that the Elgin Police is working with ICE, and then they're reporting them to the Attorney General's Office for Trust Act violations? We need clarity in our laws, and the problem is right now we lack that clarity. And so that's part of what we're really trying to move forward to assist all of our law enforcement throughout the state of Illinois. The bottom line, Mayor, Captain, as you have said, this is difficult because federal government is going to be able to override what it is that we do here. I think there was a question asked that what can law enforcement do if they believe that somebody is exceeding the force in which they're supposed to use? In Illinois, we have the duty to intervene, and that's if a law enforcement officer is exceeding the authority of what they're supposed to do physically. If an officer doesn't intervene, then they would be charged with law enforcement misconduct here in the state of Illinois. And if they see an ICE agent who's exceeding the authority, they can legally intervene in regards to that. But I caution everybody with that because the ability to arrest and charge that ICE agent, that federal agent, is very limited because of federal law. Federal law is much different in terms of what their authorized use of force is. And federal law also has a case that basically says that unless that officer would have no objective or subjective reasoning to do what they did, that's the only way that we can charge them. In a pandemonium type of a situation, if the officer believes that they had to use that force, federal case law says they're allowed to do so and state action can't happen. And even if I do charge them with a criminal offense, and this is assuming I even know their identity, because the federal government does not have to give me their identity. So let's say I do learn the name of the individual. If I charge them under federal code, they have every right to take that into federal court. I lose jurisdiction over it, am no longer the prosecutor of it. They decide what happens with that case. That's just the sad reality of what we're faced with right now in regards to this conflict between state law and federal law, and because of the actions that are happening because of the federal administration. And I give you all a lot of credit because you have been absolutely proactive in trying to be a part of this with the community, and I cannot say that that's happened everywhere in Kane County. I have gone to many other municipalities. I'm going to go to St. Charles next week to have the same conversation with them, but you've been out there listening to them and trying to do something. So that's a kudos to you because I feel like you really have tried to be there for the community.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Dixon, got a question?
Thank you. State Attorney Monster, can you, for the public, detail how it works when you want to make a change to the Trust Act? And I think that when people hear that, they're like, oh, they're going to be tomorrow, you know? So can you detail what that process looks like?
Yes, so what I have to do is I have to basically redline the Trust Act, what I want to take out, what I want to add in. Then what I have to do is find either representative, a state representative, or one of our senators who's willing to put forth that legislation. And so right now we're in a deadline because Friday is supposed to be the final deadline for what's happening now, so we're working really hard to do that. So the bottom line is I also have to find legislators who are willing to do this. In the conversations that I've had with some legislators, it's looking like that may not be possible because there is this lawsuit with the federal government suing because of the Trust Act. So right now they don't want to do a lot, and I think this may be on the advice coming from the Attorney General's office, because if they're in active litigation about a law, you don't want to change the law because that affects the litigation. With that being said, we're still pushing forward to do it. Once somebody accepts it and files it, then it has to be assigned to a committee. When it's assigned to a committee, it doesn't mean that it's called out of the committee or even called up for any type of discussion for it. If it eventually is called up for discussion, then it has to be voted by the majority of people, and then it will go to either the full House of Representatives or the Senate, whoever carried the bill to start off with. assuming they call it again, because even if it gets out of committee, it doesn't mean it gets called. If they vote, it goes to the other side, and then they'd have to vote on it. And if any amendments are made in the meantime, it goes back and forth. It is the longest, most frustrating process that I have been involved in, and I'm in politics, and that frustrates me because a lot of great ideas just get killed because of somebody not even wanting to call it. So it's not quick.
There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that detail. And you know this well. You went through this with the Safety Act just a few years ago. So, which also isn't perfect still, but I digress. All right, that was my last question for you. I was going to go ahead and make a statement and chip in.
So just to clarify, well, thank you for all that information, by the way. Just to clarify, it's not illegal for the police department to show up,
No.
right? So for some reason, this is not going to be touched in the General Assembly. I think, I would be in favor of seeing if we could create some kind of guidance of if we're asking our police officers to show up, which I think they should, what their role would be there and like potentially when to intervene and that kind of thing. I don't know how all my other council members feel about that, but since it's not illegal, right? I agree we should only be asking what is legally able for our police department to do, following the rule of law. So if it's not illegal, I would be in favor of creating some kind of guidance of this is what we're asking when our police officers go up.
And I understand that. I think the problem is we can never create guidance that's going to cover every situation. And that's the problem with it. So I think you do have a very strong chief of police here who provides guidance. I know that on that December 6th on Maple Lane, she was in the office making sure to know what was happening and was providing that guidance to her officers. I think the problem is that the Trust Act really makes a trick bag for every single person around, especially for law enforcement. Because I really do believe that sometimes just showing up, they could be damned if they do, damned if they don't do.
I think one thing that's important, I've said this, that I will not order anybody to violate the law. So I have to have 100% certainty that the Trust Act is, that we're not violating the Trust Act. Because if you do that, you violated the Constitution. It's illegal to direct any employee to violate the law. And they have constitutional rights, and you just stepped into something that's even worse. And I have, as much as I believe in the system, and I've had the conversation with people, I believe in this country, I believe in the system that's here, and I believe in those guys that wrote the Constitution 250 years. They're way smarter than us, because that's laws that lasted for centuries. But we have to be careful here, and that's my point. I want to make sure that what we do is legal. And I'm not going to order a police officer. I'm not going to say we should create something that orders our police officers to do something that's illegal. So until we get that certainty, and I think that's the problem. To your point, I talked to some of the legislators down there, and they voiced exactly the same thing. Well, we have a lawsuit, so we don't think we're going to do anything until that's completed. So that's one of the issues those are the issues that we're facing, and that's just the reality of this.
Yeah, and I was just asking a question. I actually have more to say. So unless someone else has a question for the state's attorney, I'll go and say what I need to say.
Okay.
That's okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll
You can
just
sit.
think
Yeah, you can
mosey
sit
on
down.
back.
You can mosey on back. All right. Thank you. So I want to thank the community for coming out last week, for my colleagues, for listening to the questions, to Chief Lally and EPD for being there and for participating in that conversation. There's obviously a disconnect in the community. There are different factions around this subject, and everyone doesn't see what's happening, obviously, the same way. And quite honestly, I think that we as a council have not done a great job in speaking the same language and talking to the community in a way that ensures and make sure that they know that we fully hear them and feel them. And people are so angry that they don't know really where to put that anger, And I understand that, because when you are upset, when you feel marginalized by the government, when you feel, or the system, when you feel like like no one is listening to you, you lash out. So I'm never upset with community members for raising their voice, or for just generally just being really upset, because that's a pain that you can only really identify if you've been on that side of the coin in life. So with all that being said, probably a few months ago, I had asked to get some immigration stuff up on our city's website. And that was a conversation that something I brought up here on the dais, and I spoke to city manager and Chief Lally about. Well, it was already brought up, but I want to give kudos to Chief Lally, because yesterday we all received an email with that landing page on on EPD's site portal. What's the name of it? Transparency portal. Sorry. With that information, and she gave all the information that was requested of her from the community. There are images of the badges in particular. There's policy on there. There's also third-party information on there that I had asked for. Know Your Rights information is on there. So I really want to say thank you, Chief, for not just listening and shaking your head but actually doing exactly what the community was asking you for, and also what I specifically had asked for. You really delivered on that. What I would like to add to that is we passed a resolution here. I didn't see that listed on there. I think that the things that we do should also be listed on there. I'm in agreement, so thank you to Councilwoman Deanna and Councilman John for bringing this forward. So I'm in favor of the things that you all were saying, specifically the weekly reporting, and that being available on the portal too as well. I think that Councilwoman Powell raised a good question of, what if something terrible and tragic happens? What are we going to do? Now, I know that's something internal that we have to put together, and that may not, go on the portal, but I think it's something that we definitely need to probably plan around, because we're in this for the long haul at this point. We have another 3 years to go, if not more. And this EPD staying at the scene, it sounds like we're going to try to get clarity through this Trust Act before a final determination is made, right? And there seems to be some, I think some divergent voices on that, because as was already pointed out by the state's attorney, it's going to be a while before we see those changes to the Trust Act that are being discussed. But meanwhile, ICE is here right now, and they're doing things right now. And so the question was raised, what, if anything, can we do, or can EPD do, to not intervene, but to stay within the limits of the law that they know it to be? I think that's a really difficult question to ask right now, but I would just say to the community, we as a city, we've come a very, very long way. And if you've been here for as long as I have, and as many of my colleagues have, this is not the same community. This is not even the same police department. This is not the same chief. I mean, we've been through some stuff. I mean, some really pretty dirty, nasty, it could have ruined us stuff. And it didn't. And in every instance where we could have crumbled and folded under pressure, city staff stepped up, EPD stepped up, Chief Lally stepped up. And so I want to tell the community, this hectic thing that we have going on, that's exactly what Trump wanted. He wanted to create this chaos and this havoc. He wanted me and you to be enemies. You know, he wants us to point the finger at each other and get and get the attention off of him for everything that he and his administration is doing. And in some part, we're falling into that trap. But I just want to take notice right now that we don't have to. EPD is not our enemies. They're not. And your neighbor is not your enemy. They're not. We're fighting something that's much bigger than all of us right now. So it's better that if we as a city, from resident to staff to employees, that we band together, that we do try to sing the same song, that we show up the way that we're supposed to be, that we do our job as representatives that we were elected to be, and we just act in a manner that's appropriate for the time. Now, that's not going to be easy. It obviously is not really just that simple, but that's my PSA. And I also want to say something else too, because there was a couple of people that came up, and it honestly kind of pissed me off, and they came up during the meeting, and these were my folks, black folks, and they said some things that were distasteful, I thought. And I'm not going to repeat exactly what they said, but it was divisive in that they were essentially saying, and I'm not quoting, but they were essentially saying, well, let it happen. Don't get in, don't do anything when it comes to ICE. This is what needs to happen. And there was a guy in here in the community by the name of Jeremy Hayes who stood up and was like, here, for the educated black folks, or for the black folks that are familiar with history, that is not the case, and we stand with you. We're in solidarity. And so I just want to call out that type of crap, because that's not true or indicative of our community. And so I just wanted to take a moment to just call that out. So to all my Latino brothers and sisters, we stand in solidarity with you. We always will. You know, we care about you. We love you. Until the entire immigrant community as a whole, we're not going to let what's happening nationally destroy the years upon years of relationships and togetherness that this community has built together. This will not destroy us. We're going to be all right. We're going to get through this. So, with that being said, I also would like to join the lawsuit.
Okay.
So I'll
Anything
just
else?
add that. Thank you.
Down here. Anything else? Ms. Martinez?
I'll let them speak first.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I'll let, they haven't spoken, so
Yeah.
they'll let them go first.
I truly appreciate everybody who came out that night to speak, and to speak up for your neighbors and friends and strangers. And, you know, I promise I'll keep showing up as well, but I know everybody has a difference of opinion and ideas that diversify is what makes our, you know, when we have ideas but they're different, that's really what makes us a thoughtful community. You know, I would like to share my perspective on our challenges. I need you to understand that if I thought for a second that creating a statement, an ordinance, or proclamation that would improve this nightmare, I would be the first to do that. However, the federal government is currently retaliating against entities that disagree with federal policy. You know, in Elgin, Illinois, we could face unintended consequences for the funding that we depend on for the state and federal governments. You know, this would negatively impact all of Elgin, and I cannot take that action from the dais. That, especially if I believe will ultimately do more harm than good. We must continue to speak up, and I share information to, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody is heard, And referring to what Councilman Dixon said, you know, we probably didn't agree with what comments that were made, you know, and on that related note, I was very surprised, and I was deeply disturbed by the comments from the community member, Ms. LaJulo Quigler, who for the most part served as the Elgin Police Department Task Force as a chairman for that group. You know, I hope such sentiments are not driving policy within our commission or task forces. As a city, we must look out for all the neighbors, regardless of race, sexuality, and beliefs. And that is how I have always been and done things. You know, what scares me more than anything, resistance, we all know it's wrong, you know. What we see now is there are a lot of people who have not resisted, who have not done anything, and you know, they've lost their lives. They've been arrested. You know, Councilman Steffen said how there's groups that are being detained or because they look like I do, you know, because, I mean, they're American Indians, you know. What I have to say is that ICE, La Migra, Homeland Security, INS, whatever you want to call them, is not the same one that we had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 60 years ago. What we have now is somebody who has threatened to put, he's already put $145 billion on ICE, and they're going to do more. And these are people who are not trained. And, you know, it scares me when the community is asking the police to be there. You know, many things have been said right now by our state's attorney on why, you know, that might be a bad idea. You know, I know, like, there were all these questions, a list of questions and the community comments on what they wanted. And what has worked for me, and word has got around, that I will meet with people in small groups and explain how our government works, you know, that we're different from Aurora, that we're different from Chicago or Rockford. You know, the other thing is that Chief Lally has a transparency portal that has been talked about, and it covers a lot. And I think it behooves all of us as council people to maybe take a class and maybe learn how that portal works. Because when you want reports weekly, monthly, sometimes you can't because things are being investigated. But if you want to know what's really going on, I suggest that transparency portal is something that we need to be familiar with. And also, we need to educate the residents on how to use that. That's the fastest way and the quickest way to know things when the investigation is over. You know, I think it's an educational tool. And it has been said, Elgin is very different from other communities. This is something that we take serious, that's happening right now. And I think that if we are going to resolve some issues, this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ortiz, that leaves you. Best for last.
I'm going to go, mine will be short because I spoke at the meeting, so everything I said then still stands. Chief's gotten a lot of praise today, so I'm going to ignore you. And I want to give credit to her beat officers, the ones that are in the streets every day and trying to manage the best that they can. And I know you guys get put in tough situations at times, and you may not know what to do because things are evolving and escalating so quickly. So I do appreciate everything the beat cop does, even the sergeants and lieutenants, and even the commanders. But I've said it many times, and our cops are doing the best they can. They get put in a really hard spot. I know at times community members, and even myself, I'm like, well, what the hell? Like, can we do a little bit more? But then I have a genius of a boss that tells me that there's laws that we have to follow, even though the federal government might be breaking them. So between her and Mr. Back and Mr. Steffen at times, this is like having 3 attorneys is a really good resource to have and get guidance from. So Anna, I do appreciate you, but I just had to give your beat cop some credit too. And I talked to city manager yesterday's Tuesday, about that lawsuit, and talking it through him is, I don't see a problem with us exploring the avenue to see how much it would be to hire an outside counsel, because I don't know if Mr. Beck is savvy in constitutional law, but I wouldn't mind exploring that opportunity. So, and I appreciate the gentleman here. I've seen him at many protests. I think he's the organizer or the grand marshal. I'm not sure what your title is, man, but appreciate what you've been doing for the city of Elgin. And that's it, man. Oh, and Mr. John Frank, I don't know why she drug you out here, but I appreciate you staying here till 11:30 at
Being
night.
punished.
So,
At some point, I'm going on vacation, and you'll get this guy.
so I appreciate you being here.
Okay, Ms. Alfaro, then we'll wrap this up.
Did you want to say something real quick?
I do. I just wanted to say something really quick. And I wasn't going to say anything about this, but it was brought up, I think, by a couple of the council people. When we had the forum last week, we invited all of the community come out and speak their piece. And understanding and expecting that we personally might hear feedback from people that we don't personally agree with. But I respect everyone's rights as residents of this community to be able to speak their piece and to be heard. So I want to make sure that we continue in that vein and not discourage folks from coming out and being heard. And the reason why I think that I want to say that in particular about, some of the comments that were referenced here this evening that were made by members of the Black community. I think we need to understand where certain members of the Black community are coming from when we hear those statements. We can't ignore that there's a high degree of anti-Black racism that has historically come from the Latino community and is still in place in the Latino community. And people in the Black community, a lot of folks in the Black community have experienced that historically and continue to experience that. I personally feel differently, and so I can only speak for me. But I'm not going to minimize what we heard from other members of the community that I may not agree with, or that Corey doesn't agree with, or any of the rest of us may not agree with, because that's real. I've spoken to my friends in the Latino community about the anti-Black racism that comes from the Latino community. That's real. That's a real thing, and that is, I think, what was fueling and has fueled what we heard from those two individuals that spoke, and that is what perhaps is fueling or how other members of the Black community feel that we haven't heard from. So I'm just putting that out there. We can pretend it doesn't exist. It does. It absolutely exists. So I would love for all of us to be together on this. I think if things continue to get worse, more of us will be together on this. I hope it doesn't come to that. But I just want to bring that up. We can't ignore that's an issue. That is a real issue. It's sad. Like I said, I don't feel that way personally. I'm 10 toes down with the immigrant community here, but I think we have to respect and understand why everyone who looks like me may not feel that way. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Alfaro.
I think history has shown that they try to create the other, right? They put our groups against each other. They've intentionally have put Black people against brown people against Asians and LGBTQI+, et cetera.
historically, the way our country has been is done everything they can to create this other and put marginalized groups against each other and fight for the same piece of the slice of pie versus for the entire pie. There's a whole one, right? I just want to discuss next steps, right? So we had the community forum, we indicated some ideas, et cetera. I would like to see if we could create maybe a subgroup. Hopefully you don't care, Chief Lally, maybe you're part of that subgroup since some of this ties into the police department. So maybe myself, Chief Lally, maybe one other council member. That way at the next meeting, the January 28th, we could have an agenda item called Strategies for Communication and Community Protection. And we could report back a little bit about these items and what that would look like for the council to then approve if that's something we do want or not want. Would everyone be okay with that?
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
So we had talked about a monthly report, a weekly report, joining the lawsuit, setting up a medical station, et cetera. So then just deep diving to what that would look like for the council to approve that. So if we did go into someone, maybe Chris Beck or someone would have to tie into like the lawsuit. If we're able to join a lawsuit, here's that information, we're able to join it, this is what that looks like. Or no, we're not able to join it, and that's what it is. So if it is, we're able to join it, then that's something for the council to, decide if they want to do that as a whole or not. It's just following up on these items so we're not letting it fall through the cracks, right? It's just exploring what this is. It's not saying that we're doing them. It's more to have something, if we're having a report, this is what that report will look like. So it's more in detail versus we're making a motion on some report and not all of us have all the information, so we're not quite sure what's in there, what's not in there. So just come back with a little bit more concrete information on each item for the council to vote. They can vote on each one if they want, et cetera. Or there's nothing to vote on because it can't go anywhere. It's just ensuring that it doesn't fall through the cracks and we're following through. I don't know if I need a motion to do a subgroup. So that's my first question. Do I need a motion to do a subgroup? And then if so, does one other council member, since we can't have three of us? Okay. Corey will second.
I mean, you can take a vote, there's no final action, there's no, I don't know that you need a formal motion. I mean,
Okay.
if you want some kind of consensus, whether you and another council member.
Yeah, we're
similar to-
just gonna look into this stuff and bring back information of what that would look like, right? And then the council to decide if that, yeah, we want to do that, yeah, or no, not to do that. Some of these involve Chief Lally, that's why I was mentioning that we would have to pull her in. Some of this involves Chris Beck, et cetera. So if one other council member wants to work with me,
Let me ask this, why wouldn't you just send us a report? If you have a subgroup, write a report just like any other
Well, yeah.
subcommittee would do
Well,
and send it to us, and we don't have to discuss it here publicly. Then we have time to look at it. Otherwise, you're just going to bring it here and we're going to sit here like this.
oh no, but
and
you would have the
Try to legislate
materials.
from the dais, and I'm not doing that anymore. We're not going to do that. So send it out so that we can see it, and then we can talk about it. Yeah,
Well, I think we all have different approaches to how things should be done, right?
yeah.
But because I'm new to the council, so I wasn't sure if I needed an emotion to approve for a subgroup, so that's why I was
No,
just
no,
bringing
that's-
that out. Just to make sure that we're following through to the items that the community is saying, and we're not letting things fall through the cracks.
That's fine, and I think the way, look, go ahead, tell me.
Thank you.
I think procedurally, the way to do it is we should send us something. So we have it in advance, so we have some material to look at. And not just bring it up at a council and expect we're going to do an ordinance or create some legislation from here. It's not
But
that
that can-
simple, it's not,
that can come
things
from
don't
the
come up.
subgroup.
Oh, the other thing that
Thank
I
you.
found out from Bob Gilliam is that when we get past 11 o'clock, you got to be careful because stupid things start to come out. So I might say something stupid too, so.
Oh, the stupid things came out
It's been a long night, so I just want to make sure we know that.
Can
Okay,
I
Ms.
just say
Pop.
something? Thank you. I know some people are new to the council, but this happened before even Chief Lally was our chief. This happened with immigration. There was a lot of concern from the community about immigration. The concern was so big that we held it at the Zion Church. As a matter of fact, it was the church from Pastor Lilly, okay? And the church was so filled that we were worried that it had reached its capacity. And so when that happened, we went ahead and staff did basically what we did right here, you know, with what they did with all these questions, and they took notes, and from there, we worked on what we are doing now. I don't know, Chief, if you would like to add to that, if you remember when that happened. I'm sure you do. And it seems that ever since on many things, you know, it was a lesson learned from what happened at the time.
Okay, good evening. It's going to be morning here in like a half hour, so I'm going to keep this brief. But first, I want to just say thank you to all the council members for your comments in regards to the police department, and I truly appreciate the support that you do show us, and it does mean a lot to myself personally and also all the officers. And the officers, every member of the police department absolutely deserves all the credit. So what Councilwoman Martinez is referring to, I believe it was in 2016, roughly. I'm going in the Wayback Machine here. I was a commander at the time. We held a series of community forums because there were a lot of questions as it related to immigration. So the community did come out. There were a lot of great questions. It was reassurance to the community because immigration at that time had just started kind of really starting up in Elgin, and so it was necessary to have those community forums for the purpose of information exchange. So, you know, that's the answer to your question. And just for Councilwoman Alfaro, you know, I'm more than happy to sit down and to discuss. You know, I took notes on a bunch of things that people were saying, the things that you need. I'm more than happy to have those conversations, and obviously working with our corporation counsel, our city manager, and also our state's attorney. So yes, I'm more than happy to do whatever it is that you need me to do to have the conversations to see, you know, how we can continue to work together for the safety of both the community and also for the officers.
So I guess I don't need a motion, so Tish has mentioned that she will be on that subcommittee with me, and so we will report back.
Okay. All right. Announcements from the council. Mr. Thorne and then Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate everybody staying so late. First, I just wanted to compliment the mayor on his State of the City's speech yesterday. I thought he did a great job, and it really answered a lot of questions, and it defended us raising the property tax wonderfully, but you did a super job. Secondly is a sad day yesterday. We lost somebody that was very important to the city of Elgin that has done so much for so many people. George Rawlinson passed away. He was the single person that was the one behind naming the city center the Edward Schock Center. He wrote countless books, published countless books on Elgin people. He was behind the First Responders Fest. He founded the Tribute to the Troops, of which we won a mayor's award. He just did so much. So very sad losing someone like that it was a friend to everyone in Elgin. And then finally, I just wanted to share this briefly. Pay attention to your health. Why do I say this? About December 9th or 10th, I had succumbed to notable itching all over my body. But I just didn't address it. And then we had the city council meeting here on December 17th. I was so uncomfortable, but I still wanted to spread a little joy, and I wore a red and green outfit, thinking that was nice and make people smile, only to be incredibly ridiculed on Facebook by someone. At any rate, the next day I went to the doctor. I had an appointment. The doctor did a blood test, and then on Friday he called me and said I need to go to ER. I needed to get imaging done of my abdomen. So I talked with him, and he says it's important. So I went. I had imaging done, and then the doctor at Sherman from that result said, you need a CT scan right now. So I did that, and then he wanted to admit me, and this was on a Friday at 5:30. I said, what could possibly be done over the weekend? Why can't I come back Monday? I argued with him, and he finally agreed and said, you just need to get in touch with Elgin Gastro first thing Monday, and they'll review your chart. So I did that, although I couldn't actually converse with them until Tuesday. They finally said, we're going to give you some direction. They called me back late Tuesday and scheduled an endoscopy, and that was scheduled for December 29th. He said, you have a notable mass on your pancreas. So that's all I knew. How would you feel? How do you think? What would you think? You only think the worst. It's just human nature. I started thinking this is my last Christmas. People I'm talking to, this last time I'm going to maybe see them. My friends from Colorado visited, celebrated Christmas with me. It's just the way the human mind thinks. And when you think of a mass on your pancreas, what do you think of? The C word. Finally, I didn't tell anybody, and I just stayed with it, except a couple people that saw me at the emergency room. One person kept calling me 3 times. Anyway, on the 29th, I went in, had the endoscopy done, and a biopsy. Finally, I was in recovery, and the doctor came in, and he said the words that I was hoping to hear but didn't expect to hear. He said, it's non-malignant. I was able to do a biopsy, and I was also able to put a stent in your bile duct of your liver, which will cure your itching, which I never would have thought of, but it did. Next step, they told me, now you need to get an MRI, and then we'll address our next course of action. But I want you to get as much sleep as you can. Try to get extra sleep and eat less meals more often. Smaller meals, but more often, so you don't eat and get too full. Stay away from fried foods. So far, that's all I know, because tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning is my MRI, but I'm not going to get more sleep. All I know is that it's not malignant. I don't know what the next course of action is, but rather than hear something from someone else, I thought I would share my story. It was a very strange Christmas time for 8 days, thinking the worst and pretending, but at least I got those words that it was non-malignant, but all because I paid attention and I went to the doctor because I was itching.
Yeah.
If you feel something different, address it.
Thank you for that, Steve, and Godspeed tomorrow. Mr. Ortiz?
Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. I was like, so I don't know how to follow up with that because I got to say something different, but
Yeah.
Things like that, like, I don't even know how you feel, but I'm almost positive it's a shit situation. You don't even know what to think. So, sorry you're going through that. Well, something that might cheer everybody up, I talked to Ms. Powell, and we want to cancel the executive session. What I'm going to do is, it wasn't the best segue, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to send an email to Mr. Beck and copy Ms. Powell on it and explain what we were going to do in exec, and then send it to the council, so you know what the schedule is for what we were planning on doing in executive session. And then if you have any questions, you can refer it to me or Ms. Powell. So,
Okay, thank you. Ms. Powell?
Just quickly, first
Then
of
I'll
all,
turn this way.
Steve, definitely praying for you and your health. Thank you for sharing that very personal statement. That's real, but the message about being aware of what's going on with your body and going to seek treatment and having it checked out is so important. So thank you for sharing that with everyone, because that is very important. But we're definitely all praying for you and already claiming full, complete recovery. I just wanted to announce all of the different activities that are going to be taking place this weekend, honoring the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. There's the prayer breakfast, and there are still tickets left to the prayer breakfast. All of this is on the city's website. The prayer breakfast is on Saturday morning at Elgin Community College. It starts at 8 a.m. and tickets are available. There's a food drive that's taking place over the whole weekend. So if people are interested in donating to the food drive, either canned goods or monetarily, they can do that. There's a youth event on Monday at the center that people can sign up for, youth can sign up for, and there's a Sunday celebration at the Hemmons on Sunday from 4 to 6. There's also a series of panel discussions at the library. So again, all of this is on the city's website. I encourage folks to take a look and participate in the activities that they're able to. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ortega.
So similar,
Alfaro.
thank you, Steve, for sharing your story, and I will also be praying that everything goes well tomorrow with the MRI. I just wanted to thank, similar, it kind of ties in, is like there is so much mental health happening right now in our communities, and so thank you to all the mental health providers. Thank you to everyone that's patrolling our communities who are trying to protect our community, and so I want to continue thanking those that are doing what they can grassroots level with nonprofits, et cetera. So thank you and happy Martin Luther King Day early.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. Steve, I'm so sorry, and I'm sure everything will be well. You know, you remind me of our friend that you just mentioned, George Rollinson, when he told us almost 10 years ago that he had cancer and it was inoperable. And he lasted so long because I truly believe that it was the will of wanting to live. It's just that recently things got out of control for him and we lost him. Great person in our community who helped so many people, despite the fact that he was suffering and he was sick as well. The other thing I'd like to say is I would like to thank our Public Works Department for keeping us safe, not only today, but last year, as we had umpteen inches of snow and the streets were kept up because of our public works. Thank you very much, Aaron Neal and your crew.
Okay. Anything from staff?
None, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Councilmembers Alfaro?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Good? Martinez?
Yes.
Ortiz?
no.
Powell?
Yes.
Steffen? Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Hampton?